to staff. The motion to seal the minutes was made by Vice Chair Burns, then seconded by Commissioner Carter, and it was unanimous. Okay, that brings us to citizen comments, and I don't believe we have anyone who signed up. Okay, so we will move to our consent agenda, and I will pass it to Manager Hager.
Good morning. We have a few items on our consent agenda. 240424, approval of contract with CML Security LLC in the amount of $472,300 to install food pass doors inside the Durham County Detention Facility for the Durham County Sheriff's Office. The next,
Commissioner Jacobs?
yes.
Yeah, Madam Manager, I really have some concerns about this. I was surprised to see this item on here
Well,
I guess we've never heard about this issue, and I would like to see if we could get maybe an opportunity. I know we have somebody here from the
Sure.
Sheriff's Department, but I guess Office of the Sheriff, just to understand more about this.
And what we can do, Commissioner Jacobs, is provide additional background information. From a staff perspective, this is one that we've been talking about. The Sheriff's Office has presented several repair renovation items for consideration. And this is one that's among the higher priorities for safety reasons. And I'll let Mr. Labardi speak from there.
Thank you. Good morning. So, Ms. Hager is correct. We had an assessment of the facility back in the fall of 2001, and this was one of 6 projects that was identified as critical to the safety and security of the building. These are doors that have been previously installed, and so we've gone back and looked through the facility at some of the more critical areas where it would have the biggest impact. So we're happy to answer any specific questions you have, but essentially what they are to pass food back and forth through these doors to detainees, limiting exposure.
Okay, so just to clarify, these are doors that already exist?
So we have, I think we've got right around 100 doors that already currently exist, and we're installing more doors. We've done it in phases based off what management has told us to do. So we phased these additions over 5 or 6 years.
Okay, yeah, I guess, so how many doors is this for then?
This will be for 238 new doors throughout the facility.
Okay, and so all of the cells have previously had doors? I just want to get clarity on this. And now we're upgrading or replacing?
Correct. So when the building was built, it did not come with them. We've had these prefabbed after the building was built.
Okay, and I guess I'm just wondering also from a policy perspective, how often are they used? I mean, do detainees regularly?
Every day.
Okay. So
Every day.
Okay, so this is something where detainees eat in their cells?
Correct.
Okay.
And we're also passing documents back and forth. If we've got something wrong with a tablet or something like that, we can refresh it and give them a new one.
Okay, so we're not changing in terms of the amount of time that people are going to be spending in their cells because of these doors. I just want to clarify that.
Correct.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, David. And Commissioner Jacobs, we will get that additional information to you. I know staff is probably a little bit more familiar with this and some of the other replacement items, but I think that will help give more clarity. Thank you. The next one is Item 240589, a budget amendment to recognize $370,261 in Year 3 grant funding to the Office of Emergency Services EMS Division from the United States Department of Health, Human Services, Substance Abuse, and Mental Health Services Administration, and to authorize the county manager to sign and execute all contracts for authorized and approved uses associated with the grant program.
Yeah, I didn't know if this is not, I see Helen is there. I just first of all want to commend the community paramedicine program for this great work. I'm wondering if we have data at this point related to all the different goals that are listed for it, and if we're seeing any impacts. I know that we have seen nationwide, and here in Durham as well, a over 30% reduction in fentanyl overdoses, and I know it's hard to know exactly what is causing it. I like to think part of it may be our efforts, but just wondering if there's like a memo or some data that we can get, or where we could see information about, just the work that you all are doing in the different areas that you've outlined here.
Yes, Commissioner Jacobs, thank you. There is absolutely data. The primary initial focus of this grant was just increasing the amount of, Narcan available into the community. And last year, I know we distributed over 3,000 Narcan kits to the public, and mostly to the public. But our medication for opioid use disorder also fell under this grant last year. Will continue in this year and the upcoming year. And we've had some successes with that. It's interesting, the data, and I'm glad to share, I don't have it with me right now, but I know that we have been seeing a reduction, as you said, in opioid overdoses countywide, where in the height of COVID, we were averaging 90 per month. We had 56 in July, which was great. Still not great, but it's still much better than during the COVID times when it increased so drastically and fentanyl was so prevalent. I would love to say that we could take credit for all that's happening, but it's a community effort. It's not just our work. There's a lot of really good work going on from a lot of different areas. We're glad to contribute to that as much as we can. And I'm just glad to see the numbers are going down.
Okay, the next one is 240596, approval of memorandum of agreement, Central Pines Regional Council, in the amount of $1,861.78 to provide planning and technical assistance for the Triangle Region Solid Waste Consortium. The next one is 240597, enter into a contract with Chirpy Bird Inc. in the amount not to exceed $74,500 to provide a HIPAA privacy and security risk assessment and gap analysis. The next one is 24600, budget ordinance amendment number 28, public health, to recognize $196,508 from North Carolina Department of Health, Human Services Division of Public Health to improve community health. The next one is 240601, budget ordinance amendment number 29, public health, to recognize $60,234 from the Duke Endowment to support Partnership for Healthy Durham. The next one is 240612, approval of contract amendment for Sanford Electrical Contractors for electrical services in the amount of $80,000, bringing the total amount to $120,000. The next one is 240613, approval for sole source exemption and contract amendment for Southern Ionics for PHOS SORB in the amount of $100,000, bring the total amount to $130,000 with a not to exceed of $150,000. The next one is 240616, approval to enter into a contract with O'Brien Atkins in the amount of $78,575 for the replacement of the fire pump control system and backflow preventer at the Durham County Detention Center. The next one is 240617, approval of standard non-reimbursable utility contracts for the extension of the county sanitary sewer system. Mr. Jacobs.
Yeah, I was trying to understand if, how these contracts work in terms of what is the actual cost to the county long-term.
And Ms. Stephanie Brixley the Deputy Director, will come and give those details for us.
Yes, so with these contracts, the initial cost is nothing to the county. So this is where new development's coming in and they need to extend sewer to tie into what already exists. So once we take the sewer, there's a warranty for a year. So anything that happens, then the developer has to cover the cost of any replacement or repair. Then after that, the county takes it and we do maintenance on it like we do with the rest of our sanitary sewer system.
And do we, in terms of where we have any revenue, is that in terms of the development pays for the sewer?
So initially, they will pay to install the sewer. And then after that, then any customers that are tied to that line, they will also pay, monthly consumption charges for whatever they discharge. And the new development up front pays a capital recovery or system development fee is what we call them now, to basically purchase capacity at the wastewater treatment plant.
So does it end up being a net revenue for us? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It will be at the end, it will be a net revenue for the county because we'll continue to get consumption charges for the life of it going forward.
Okay, and those charges do cover the cost?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The next one is 240621, approval of capital budget amendment 16 and budget ordinance amendment 31, appropriating $100,000 in debt service fund and transferring $100,000 to the PAYGO fund to support the execution of a Duke Energy Lighting agreement not to exceed $51,840.43 for lighting on Queen Street parking garage. The next one is 240624, approve submission of a letter to the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services outlining the aggregate percentage of 0% to public health charge master's rate. Those are all of our consent items.
Thank you, Manager Hager. That now brings us to our other business. The first one being the board is requested to suspend the rules and authorize the county manager to execute a contract amendment for uniform security services with Nighthawk Security and Consulting LLC.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by, and this is the motion to first suspend the rules,
Yes,
correct? Okay.
right, yes.
By Commissioner Burns, seconded by Commissioner Carter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the rules are suspended. Now I'll entertain a motion to actually authorize the county manager.
Madam Chair, I'd like to authorize the county manager to, and I hope I'm getting the language right, extend the contract to Nighthawk Construction for the appropriate stated reasons.
Execute a contract amendment.
Execute a contract amendment, thank you.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Motion by Vice Chair Burns, second by Commissioner Carter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously to authorize the county manager for that contract. Okay, that brings us to discussion items, beginning with an update presentation on the Durham County Public Art Program with Sarah Martin, the Public Arts Coordinator, and Perry Mans, Brenda Hayesbright, and Jay Gibson.
So good morning, Commissioners. Perry Mans, Deputy Director for County Engineering. We're delighted this morning to be before you, being that you have requested an update on the public art work to date. Anytime we do these presentations, it's always good for me to remind you that back in September 2019, the county adopted a 1% or up to 1% public art policy. At that time, Linda Salguero, she was a project manager for the county. She was very instrumental in getting this resolution adopted, and she did a lot of the heavy lifting associated with this. She had to retire from the county to deal with aging parents, and so I always would like to recognize her as we sort of move this forward. Since then, Brenda Hayesbright, our project management extraordinaire, and also she's been tasked with sort of managing the public art program, sort of picking up where Linda left off. And since then, we've also hired a public art coordinator who's through contract position right now, but Sarah Martin is primed and ready to do this work, and I think you'll see that as we go through the presentation this morning. And so I'll turn it over to Brenda and Sarah and let them lead the charge on this. Thank you.
Yes, the public art policy and implementation transferred to me when Linda left. I also was involved in editing the public art policy and also working on the initial projects with Perry for the Taurus, and then I managed the purple steam at the main library as part of my project management skills. And as part of the process. And so that rolled over into implementing the 2009 public art policy. And so we have brought on Sarah Martin, who came here from Valentine University in Kentucky as a department chair. And Sarah has experience in art, photography, and media. And we are glad to have her on our staff as a contract person currently, hoping that that will move on to a permanent hire. All right, I'll turn it over to you, Sarah.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sarah Martin, and I'm excited to be here and share a little bit about what's been going on this past year. So when I've been here for almost exactly 1 year, and these projects were the first that I encountered. I'm going to make sure I'm doing this right with the clicker. Okay, so we had multiple buildings throughout the county that we knew we needed public art. And so what we did is I learned what an RFQ was, and we put that, we put that out, and it's called Call for Entry. It's a nationwide search engine, and we had over 164 really well-qualified artists submit their applications. a committee comprised of Durham County staff, Public Art Committee staff, and then other community art leaders in Durham. They were sweet enough to spend so much of their time selecting the 12 top artists, which have produced some of the images you're going to see, and we're in production of a few, and then we have some ready to go for 2025 throughout the county. Our MWBE participation percentage of our top 12 scored applicants was 75%, which I'm very proud of, and 11 out of the 12 top applicants also reside in North Carolina. This is very important to me that we are supporting North Carolina artists. And so here we go. These were the completed projects so far. The first one is the Youth Home Lobby mural, which we'll see in a minute. The Innovation Lab mural, which is right down the hall. If you haven't seen it, take a look inside. 2 murals at the 300 East Main parking deck. And then sort of side projects that I was involved in, but have very little, I don't want to take much credit. We had the DECO On The Go winners announced, the mobile community outreach vehicle, and then to start off, before they really wanted me to do any projects, I learned how to design markers for the other sculptures, and I did an okay job. So there's now markers for tourists across the street and purple seam in front of the library. All right, so I'm going to read just a little bit about these projects. This is the Youth Home Lobby mural, and it is by a very well-known Durham artist. You guys have probably seen his work everywhere, Gabriel Getz. The concept was, after receiving and reviewing feedback we have engagement surveys to see what staff and community members want to see. And at the youth home, moving forward, nature, rehabilitation, and family were the top requests. So he took that information and he came up with this design where we see a family of native cedar waxwing birds feeding on local foods, crab apples. Upon closer inspection, we see one of the birds is taking off into the air holding an hourglass. The phrase "time heal all wounds" is the inspiration for the hourglass. And the image of a bird taking flight is symbolic of rehabilitation and freedom. The staff wanted warm, vibrant colors and uplifting imagery. So when you walk in and, there's families and friends waiting to see their loved ones, it's something to sort of welcome them and take their minds off of maybe any stress they might have.
And Sarah touched on this a little. For every piece of artwork, the stakeholders for that project are given a questionnaire, and they can add whatever input they feel like they want, what they want to see, what they want to feel, and then that information is gathered by the artist, and it's used for their creation.
All right, so down the hall, which you've seen this, is a mural by Claire Daniel, and she lives right outside of Durham. When she did her questionnaire, folks were saying that they wanted something in the innovation lab that related to problem solving, idea generation, and fairness. So when she came in and looked at the building, she was really impressed by the Art Deco and Bauhaus references, and then she used the black and white theme to kind of like bring in the tile work from inside the building, and this was created this summer. The next couple of images are in the 300 East Main parking garage. So this one, I'm going to show 2 images. It is a 200-foot long mural that's going to be outside the daycare center. When I first went into that space, it was kind of dark and a little bit scary. If you were a little kid wanting to go to daycare, it might not be like the most inviting scene. So Nico was charged with making these sort of like fun animals ready for a day of adventure. And if you haven't seen it, I really encourage you to go down there, because every time I go in and look at it, I see little details that are just really fun. He did a great job, and like I said, this is over 220 feet. Right across from this is behind where commercial spaces are in 300 East Main. Seth Bishop, he is an artist that lives in Black Mountain. He was wanting to pay homage to North Carolina's textile industry. So he came up with 5 different sort of textile design pieces that move, again, over 200 feet left to right. Whoops, did not mean to do that. And so these are neighbors to the animals across the street at the daycare center. So definitely go by and check those out. It really has brightened and enlivened those spaces. If you haven't seen the Deco on the Go winners, so I'll talk a little bit about that. I'm sure you all know about it, but there was an initiative to invite people in the community to design the panels for the Deco on the Go mobile unit. There was a youth competition, and then there was an adult competition. The youth winner is Jenna Ime, which we see her work here. She is a very talented, I think she was 15 or 16 right here in Durham, and she made this. And so it's going to be incorporated in the back panel of the Deco on the Go vehicle. And then the side panels, the adult winner was Janice Little. She is an educator right here in Durham, and this is very fun. She incorporated, we have the main library, we have the Lucky Strike Tower, and other things that we thought was really innovative and fun, and so we're excited to see this when it rolls out. All right, so this is just an inclusion of the markers for Taurus and Purple Steam. I will say, what is important about this, and as I move forward with all these other projects, is I was an art educator for over 20 years, is making sure art is accessible, and if people want to learn more about the process, the artist, materials used, that they have a place where they can go find those things out. So not only is there short project statements that are going to be placed at all of these sites, there's a QR code, or there will be a link to the website as I continue to update that so people can learn more. All right, current projects. So we're back at the youth home, but we are inside the 3 classrooms now. We have a fantastic artist. Again, he's from Durham. His name is Max Dowdle. He is doing these kind of comic strip-like panels throughout the classrooms. They're really fun. The classrooms are nice, but they were just kind of drab. And so, you know, the youth home staff, they wanted something fun, joyous, and, you know, youth kind of partaking in activities that, you know, would send them sort of like positive messages every day. So we have one here, and these are large. Then this is the second panel that will go in the classroom. So, you know, kids playing basketball, having a good time, making music together, reading, writing. So that's in process. He is probably about halfway through right now, and I'm excited to post the images on the county website when he is completed.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So the first one that you showed us, that was the digital overlay on the wall?
Yes.
It's not,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
I got excited, okay.
But that is the scale, so I thought it was important to
That's
see,
fair.
yeah.
But that is, so this is what, because we've all been in those classrooms and we've seen the walls. And so one, if nothing else, I don't know if anybody else is looking at this, but even her holding the trophy, there seems to me a theme throughout the photos of kids winning. Like they're having a good time.
Accomplishment,
normalizing
yeah.
accomplishment, and I just think that is so, it's so important in that space. I've liked all the other ones, but like this kids playing, these kids look like they're exploring something. Folks at a lunchroom table with other kids, somebody's climbing a tree. It's these very normalized behaviors that I think, what is it, a lot, schools that we see now, or at least not what we are building now, but if you look at the 80s, 90s, what did they build schools based off of? A prison setup. Like that was a classroom. Y'all think about some of these buildings, like the same, these buildings are at times very martial. The walls, the paint colors do not push creativity. Like this looks like the schools that we're building now, we haven't been in Murray Massenburg, we've seen what it looks like. They do not look like prisons. If you've never visited a prison, you will swear up and down you're walking through a middle school hallway, because the state allowed the designs to be the same. So I can really appreciate this, and this looks like what, there's some superheroes in here. I'm making sure none of these are DC comics, because we don't want to get sued. None of these are Marvel characters, but just I can appreciate these pieces.
Oh,
So,
thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. He's a fantastic artist. So that's currently happening, along with one of my favorite projects, which is the renovation of the Sanford L. Warren Library. So if you guys, I'm sure you've been there, but there's this very large window that faces out towards Fayetteville and, is it East Umstead, I believe? Yeah. So this is a 16-foot window. And when I first visited there, I was like, wow, what an opportunity to do something that at night, it would be kind of like a beacon. You know, you would draw people in to, you know, just really see like, what is this space? And then in the daytime, this is just, if you look inside of it, it's just white walls, that's the staircase. So I was like, so in the daytime, the color comes in and sort of transforms that space. So I was thinking about stained glass or some way to activate it. And so I reached out to Gabriel Ingowitz again, the artist here in Durham, and we talked with the staff. We went through so many different design consultations, but I want to talk a little bit about the message behind some of the design choices. So the design inspirations here, you don't notice, but like this looks small, but each of these little squares is going to be like at least 3 by 3 feet, the smaller one. So you'll see it, you know, if you're outside. We have the design of the Fitzgerald bricks here on the left-hand side. He really loved the Sanford L. Warren windows, the original architecture, so he mimicked the shape in the other design here. He brought in elements of the St. Joseph's church, and so we have that. And then I didn't know much about the baobab tree, but apparently that was really important for a lot of the young library staff to have as part of the design, symbolizing resilience and life in African culture. So that was a request, a specific request. We have the 7 stars of the Durham flag, and then the book, Knowledge for All. So those are just a few of the elements. Again, I will have a statement about, you know, the design choices on the side of this.
I'm gonna throw another one back in if the board will indulge. Can I just say how thankful I am for this one? If Tammy Baggett was here, she knows. One, I want to thank this board. I will not be here when this library opens, to my great chagrin, but when I say that this was a labor of love, and it has meant the world to me. It has meant the world. Every time Perry had to come and ask us for additional materials, this board said yes. I would talk to some of y'all private, like it needs it. When I remember my colleague had a question, it was Commissioner Carter, like, why can't we put some of the utilities over here? That was when we had to let you know, like, there's so little that they own that we can't put things on the roof because some of the utilities are present on the roof. And so we can sit here and talk about architectural racism, about, you know, how moldy these walls were, how bad the furniture was. We can go back and forth, but to the community, I really want that. When we did those listening sessions, there were 5. Oh, why'd you use this church? Why'd you pick a Wednesday? We did Tuesdays. We went all over the community. We sent letters out. We sent postcards out. And I'll never forget people saying, it better not look like a spaceship in there, because that's to them what Main Library looks like. They did want. I went to those listening sessions. This is a love letter to the community that we heard y'all. It is one small piece, and I can't wait for it to open, and just thank y'all for being really intentional, because I was there for some of the sessions. I was there with the library staff. Y'all, Loretta Lynch, who was our Attorney General, her father was the volunteer that checked in the books there. Like, this is a really important piece of Durham's history. So the fact that we have something that looks like church, that looks like home, this is exactly what the community wanted, and I just want to publicly say thank you to y'all. I won't be here to be able to do it, but thank you for everything y'all did for this mural. It means the world, because people said, why are y'all covering up the windows? Why are y'all making such big shit? It was a lot. So this is, for people who don't know, I'm gonna stop here. This is what happens when you get public input and it manifests. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
I'm going to pass that along to the artist. That's really special. He'd love to hear that. And in my past life, I still am a photographer and archivist, but I was working with folks with, and I went down a wormhole here and looked at all the images from Sanford L. Warren's history, and so some of them were not in good shape, some of the scans. So I put in some Photoshop time, and there will be a grid of the historical, there's some amazing images here. So I'm working on that, and they'll be framed and mounted in the front entrance. So I think it'll be really beautiful, and there is going to be a grand opening, I want to say like December 11th or 12th, but be on the lookout for that. All right, coming to this building very soon. Downstairs on the ground floor, on the underside of the stairs, there is a big blank wall. So we have a lot of people coming in and out of this building, and Claire Alexander, who is from right outside of Durham, she was chosen to paint a mural. And again, we reached out to community members, and this also goes through the Public Art Committee as far as a vote. So I want to talk a little bit about this. So this mural offers a look back at the emergence of Durham from its foundation on the money brought in by tobacco and sharecropping to becoming a true beacon of the South with development of Black industries like the NC Mutual Life Insurance, their service printing company, and with the lifelong work of people like Polly Murray and Nathaniel B. White. But also what Durham is built on is the work of Black women as memory holders, caretakers, and role models. We see the next generation tending to the garden, growing out of the memory quilt, reading books, and educating themselves, and looking up towards the archive of Durham photos, to not forget the struggles and strengths of the community. So another aspect of this that I really love is we already have groups that are going to come in and work on this. Mentorship opportunities and just community days where people are involved in art. It's really important to me and to a lot of people in Durham. So that's gonna be taking off soon, and I'm excited to get those moments organized. Upcoming projects, just looking forward to 2025, I cannot believe it. 500 East Main Street parking deck, which, as you all know, it's a huge space. There's going to be 3 different artists. Well, there has been 3 artists selected already, and they have done the design work. I'll show you briefly the designs. We have the Board of Elections building that's staying busy, and it's going. It's in progress. The Sheriff's Training Facility and the Emergency Operations Center. That is what's on deck as far as building projects. So we have, this is hard to tell from this slide, but you can see on the right-hand side, you have like a small grayish figure, which this is scale. This is a 66-foot wall, and it's going to be coming in from the entrance of Elizabeth Street. And so it's a child, kind of, you can't really tell, like, are they reading? Are they looking under the bed? Discover, wonderment. And this is going to be a community project as well. So this is Jonathan and Samantha Arango, and they are going to be up, and one thing that they love is working with communities. So I'm excited to bring more folks to them, and also they are native Spanish speakers, and we have been reaching out to different communities and try to get engagement there. So this will be a good start at building bridges for us, at least, in public art. There's just some wayfinding murals. So this is Myanthe Jordina, and she is fantastic. She is right here in Durham, and so she is simply, they just wanted people to know, like, this is where you park your bikes. And but again, it'll liven up the space, activate the space with these bright colors. There was 2 requests for murals at the back side of the building. There are 2 stairwells that are 7 levels, so they wanted one to be predominantly blue, again, wayfinding, and then the other one to be yellow. So Lacey Crime, who is right outside of Fayetteville, has sort of designed these sea to sky in North Carolina panels. So you walk out, and not only is just like, oh yeah, cool, but it's specifically about North Carolina. We have the beach, we've got the, dogwoods, the mountains, we have cardinals in the sky on one side, And then there's the yellow stairwell design, which is the same theme but different colors, and she's changed it. So, you know, they're all unique, and I think this is going to be sort of a knockout. These all have windows, so you can see it from the outside parking lot. All right, and quickly, what I think is just as important as these projects are community engagement goals that I would like to see, especially if this contract position was to be full-time. It's things I've started to do, but I would love to do even more so moving forward, which is inviting groups of all ages and experience levels to participate in the production of public art in some way. I have learned that there is a very much desire and a need for folks who need a little mentorship, especially emerging artists who maybe they didn't go to school to study art, but they are very talented and they would just like to know what the next steps are. Like I said, I taught for 20 years, and so I hope to offer free workshops online and over at the main library starting 2025. And that's something that I've done in my past, so it's not, I didn't totally make this up. And it looks like we have some people that are ready to go and interested in that. So that's one goal. Also, a part of this job is collaborating with the City of Durham, working with the Public Art Committee. So they are currently drafting an improved public art policy within the new Unified Development Ordinance, and then also the Durham Cultural Advisory Board, which we completed recommendations for fiscal year 25, all the festivals and special events. And then we are going into phase 2 planning of the Cultural Roadmap Initiative. And so we are searching for new consultants and community members. Whew, okay, I feel like I just talked a lot. So.
Before you go to questions, Sarah, can you go back to the 500 deck mural, the 60-foot mural?
Yes.
And explain to people, when you talk about a public process, how this is going to work. I think we need to make that clear.
Sure. So to make a mural of this size and scale, they'll be here for about a month. And so we would find it could be youth groups, it could be, you know, school groups who are interested in not only just painting for fun, but the actual steps needed to learn how to produce and become a successful artist who, you know, can pay their bills with art making. It's a long process. And so for these two folks to come here and basically give away all their secrets and raise young competitors even, you know, is quite a gift, and it's very generous. So what I'm excited to do is pair folks who really are at that stage where they're like, okay, this is something I want to do. I have the ideas. I am creative. I just don't know where to start. So this was something that they actually wrote about in their application that was important to them, is this engagement and this mentorship project. So I think we'll be able to learn a lot from them.
Yeah, and what's important is the way the process of installing or implementing this piece of art is, you could see the little, I guess they're like triangles or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so each triangle is a different color palette. And the people participating in this will be given that specific color palette for that section that they'll be working in. And that's how we'll sort of bring this to fruition and get more people engaged and have a sense of a pride knowing that they're participating in this lasting piece that will be there for a long time. So.
And there's really no way to mess it up because, like, yeah, you know, yeah. So there, I think a lot of people are just afraid to, you know, fail or be embarrassed. But you really, they have this system in place. They've done this dozens and dozens of times, maybe hundreds. So again, building success, you know, just like the basic building blocks of success. So we're excited to have them. I have already been, you know, contacting groups around here. So you don't want to bring in a whole slew of people at once. You want, you know, maybe like 4 to 12 people max at one time. Now, if there are, one thing, again, I would love to see, and the City of Durham does this on bigger scale projects, they build in a stipend for artists who, for like a mentorship for a big project. So there'd be like almost an assistant, but they would be making money as well, and they'd be learning the whole process. And I think that'd be a really fantastic thing that the county could do moving forward.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for this presentation. I think I requested this during the budget, and so I really appreciate you all coming back, and I am so blown away by the work that is happening and the work that you're leading, Sarah. So I probably shouldn't say this, but I guess one of my questions is, I assume it's because we're under a hiring freeze that Sarah is contract, but I'll put in a plug for a transition on that.
Thanks.
Part of the reason is our current
Yes.
fiscal situation,
Yes.
and it is a position that we will be evaluating.
Okay, great. Because, yeah, I mean, you know, everything that you've shared with us, you know, the data around, I mean, we got 164 submissions for an RFQ where we could pick 12. Amazing. And then, you know, the participation, MWBE and local artists. But, I mean, I just, you know, everything is so beautiful and exciting. I smile when I walk in and I see the mural right across the hallway. And I just, you know, I'm very proud of our commitment to public art and the way that you all are incorporating that throughout the county is so important. It really makes a difference in people's lives, especially seeing how you are strategically, thoughtfully employing it in places like the daycare garage, you know, and the youth home, and you know, and then with the Stanford L. Warren, I just love seeing how the artist really looked at the history, and it's reflected in that. And so, so you already answered one of my questions, which was that everything, even because I thank you for the markers for the sculptures, that you will have similar kinds of labeling for the murals too. How are murals being installed so that they are really long lasting? That was going to be also another one of my questions.
That's a good question. Obviously, indoors, it's much simpler. You don't have to worry about the elements being outside as much. But most of these folks who we have chosen, they've done murals for decades, and they know they put sealants before on, you know, depending on what the surface is before they start painting, and then afterwards. So, you know, you can't promise that it's going to last forever, but most folks, you know, can ensure that it should look good. And again, the parking decks, it's going to look good because, you know, unless it's just right where there's a lot of light coming in, it should be fine. And they do, one thing that we do at the end of, like, when we review the work, when we go and, like, see, you know, their murals or the pieces, you know, we kind of put our stamp of approval, and we, you know, we've been pleasantly surprised every single time. But they also give us a maintenance plan, which tells us every single thing they use as far as every paint color, all the sealants and things like that. So if we do need to do any touch-ups, or if we feel like there needs to, you know, they need attention, that we could figure that out with, you know, we have the keys. At least we know the basic information.
Okay, great. And then I know we've done a lot of murals. How do you think about murals versus sculpture, and then also looking at things like sidewalks or outside of buildings? How is that playing into your thinking?
I mean, I think a lot of it just depends on the space, but also what I think the most important thing for me to do is ask good questions of the people who are utilizing that space the most, and, you know, live there, work there, and that's the best way to start figuring out what would be Again, like with the Sanford L. Warren Library, it's like I knew the window was interesting, but I had to ask a lot of questions to finally get everybody on board, and now they're super excited. So, you know, asking good questions.
Yeah,
Really.
I appreciate, yep, go ahead, Brenda.
To piggyback on what Sarah said, we also have to consider the budget for that particular location. You know, a painting is a lot less expensive, or a mural is a lot less expensive than a sculptural item. It depends. But that varies, and it's considered along with the items that Sarah mentioned.
Okay.
So I'll add to that, Commissioner. What we do now is that our design teams, when we bring them on board, we make them aware that we have the up to 1% public art program. And so they consider locations for public art throughout the design process, and that's integral. You know, oftentimes if it's a new facility, new build somewhere, we may have a site opportunity. If it's a reno, we'll more than likely have an interior wall, a mural. And so all of that is considered throughout the entire process. And so, like I said, our designers are made aware of that up front, and that carries over into these new projects that we're doing. So.
Okay. And so also I really appreciate how you're engaging stakeholders, but the idea of the community engagement is amazing. And so, you know, that's really like a whole other dimension. And I hope also in the future opportunities for students, like you mentioned. I wanted to throw out, you wrote, you mentioned in the presentation about things like walking tours and things like that, and I didn't know if you had connected with Discover Durham on that. They do already have like a little guidebook on, you know, public murals, and I love that idea. And we know that public art does generate tourism and economic benefit. So have you connected with them at all yet on that?
Yes, we're buddies, and we're doing a public art tour this Thursday for the neighborhood college folks, and I'm going to do that with my city twin. We do it together. We like each other. We hang out. We support each other. So, yeah, and that's another thing. I know that the county is revamping the website, so I'm excited about what the options are when that's done to make something maybe not totally interactive, but something that's easy to find all of the counties, because there's going to be a lot after this next couple of years. So, you know, if there's school teachers who are like, oh yeah, I'd love to show my students, but like, where are they? You know, just making a guide for us, but also, yeah, we play well with everybody. And yeah, they're great. They do a great job.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all. Really appreciate the work that you're leading.
Any other questions, Commissioner Howard?
So I just want to extend my appreciation and thank you as well. I'm noticing Ms. Coleman in the room. Are there others in the room that served on the committee? Oh, they're watching. Okay. Well, to the ones that are watching as well, I know that this has been a labor of love. And I know that there's been a lot of community involvement. And I just want to say thank you for doing such an outstanding job and including the community, because that's what makes it so rich, and the history. And I just want to extend my appreciation for all the work that you've done. Thank you.
Commissioner Carter.
And I just quickly want to say the same thing. Sarah and Brenda and Perry and Yvonne and all the other Public Art Committee people who are listening, this is super impressive, and it's joyful. It's very happy to see the artwork itself and to hear about the very intentional process of working with the community and grounding it in our history and in the desires of the stakeholders. It's been fun to see this, our public art process in Durham County grow from its inception about 8 years or so ago, I guess, and to see what it is today. It's very, very impressive, and the art is beautiful, and it I don't know, it puts us in touch with the beauty of local government as well. So we can all be hopeful about that. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
I think that rounds us out. I did give some of my comments in the middle, so I will not hold you all here. But I think, Perry, you and I can both agree there was one public art project where they really tried to take us to task, the outside of the parking deck. And I think so many times people don't understand the need for it or why we do the things that we do. And I'm hopeful with this presentation and this community engagement, people understand why we do what we do. And I hope that throughout this community engagement, you all gain some partners that can go out and preach about why we do things the way that we do. So thank you, and I can't wait to see it.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, she has one more. Okay, we got one more.
This is kind of tangential, but I mean, there was actually some reference to it in the PowerPoint, and also seeing that Yvonne is here. Will there be any recommendations related to the needs of thinking about our ecosystem here to supporting local artists? Because one is obviously having the business opportunities for them, but also the need for affordable spaces for studios. I mean, we have Golden Belt, but we don't really have anything else. And I know that's something that we've looked at for the former DSS building. But is there anything that's coming out of what you're doing related to just the need for, because I think of artists as being small business people.
Right, absolutely, yeah.
And, you know, just like we need to have space that artists can afford to do their work. Absolutely. So if we want to have local artists, so I just wondered where we're how we can get, or what's happening around that.
Welcome, Miss Coleman. You came from out of nowhere. All right.
I did, didn't I?
I knew Wendy was going to ask this. I'll go for it. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you very much for your attention, and you can see the incredible work this team is doing every day. Yes, the cultural plan will investigate all of those areas, including long-term potential for more public art. We would like the private sector to perhaps be incentivized to engage more in public art, in particular in public areas, but the plan will go further into all of those areas, and thank you for your question.
And again, not because I know that the Cultural Mastery Plan, that report, there's something that, you know, we funded, and I don't know if the scope of work is already out, and not to drag on this conversation, but to Commissioner Jacobs' point, you know, when we think about engaging folks in the private sector, a lot of our public-private partners, one of the things that happens out at RTP, not 3.0, but at Hub RTP with the, y'all know what I'm trying to say, the shipping containers. It's not just about finding space, because people need space to paint, but he gave this opportunity to a number of women. I think when I saw it come out, it was an opportunity to display their work.
Yes, sir.
Because to display is hard. It's really neat that we have Linda Shropshire, who just opened up, you know, LOS, and she's able to do these displays. So we do have these other spaces kind of organically popping up where you can display here because you're an artist in residence, or you can display here at a low cost, because it does cost money. So within that report is an assessment kind of sort of being done of those spaces that we currently already have, and what that looks like, so that we could get other people to want to do it. And then another one, I didn't go on the inner city visit this year, but the inner city visit last year to Indianapolis. I was kind of happy with the answer that they gave, because they did a $1 billion art walk, and I saw everybody getting excited. I was like, $1 billion? I said, how much did this cost? It was a beautiful art walk. And companies want to work with it. I said, well, how did you all pay for it? They said, it was all privately funded. I said, thank you. Say that one more time. It was all, you were in there, so the public had nothing to do with it. But, you know, how do we make such an inquiry? Am I saying we need $1 billion in it? But there's an example of a city. So also within that research, you know, are we looking at how people fund these things differently throughout, so that it's not always incumbent upon the people in this room to say this 1% has to go to this, because it also limits what we're able to do because we only have so much money. So yeah, finding out how Indianapolis was able to do that would be interesting. And I'm done. I'm sorry. I won't say nothing else.
Did you expect a response from me, or
Oh,
you're
yeah, I'm
just
done.
good?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done too, if
Oh,
you're
yeah.
done.
But
the answer is yes.
Yeah, okay.
And a success factor for us in this planning is activation of the private sector. The nonprofit sector is pretty active, but activation of the private sector in this conversation in long term is part of one of our success factors.
Wonderful. All hearts and minds clear. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Yes, so Commissioner, our chair is taking up, I had to run out for a second, but we are gonna move on to the next presentation. Manager Hager, I'll give it over to you. It's an update on the CIP, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. And Keith Lane, as well as Perry Mans and David Ades will also join me.
Perry, you get no respite. You get no rest. You stuck with us all day. While the manager's coming around, we're setting up the presentation. Director Lane, those are some really nice Carolina blue shoes. And that's why you're my favorite.
Favorite color, but they're not doing well in football. That's for sure.
I'll let y'all have it.
All right, good morning, commissioners. We'll share some updates on the CIP process. As you know, this has been an ongoing conversation. Today's discussion will primarily share next steps, as well as point out information that's in Legistar that will give you more details than we've given to this point. We'll give some summary views, and we always go over the reminders why it's important for capital planning, you know, that the CIP document is a living document, and it's probably from a cost perspective, timing perspective, and other factors, it may change constantly, but depending upon many factors, but it is a multi-year central planning tool for up to 10 years. And again, we refine ours frequently. The prioritization is important to make sure you have a good outlook of what's needed short and long term. And the main challenge is making sure that it's dedicated for capital-only resources, and there's an affordability modeling, which we have, and that piece is often the hardest. What can we afford to pay? Those steps, high level, is the facility needs assessments, project prioritization, looking at affordability, and then a final updated plan. We try to break it down into phases from the standpoint of conversations today. It's been a while since we've updated our facility needs assessment, a while meaning a few years ago, but it's still relevant for now. We are now at the phase 2 when we're revisiting estimates, cost estimates. We've updated some of those estimates based on market factors, inflation, et cetera, project scope changes. And we're also looking at different cash flow scenarios. And our desire is to have a preliminary CIP request list from the board, looking at what projects are in there. We want to make sure, is there something material in there that's missing? And so based on your conversations, we have added some items, and the harder part is phase 3, affordability, because everybody wants everything right now. And unfortunately, we just don't have the dollars to support all of it at this time that folks may desire. But the goal is to collectively work through sequencing, et cetera, and Keith will sort of walk through what we have now as we refine it. As you know, we will present a final product once it's adopted that does the sequencing in a way that the community can afford. The CIP calendar, high level, this started last winter with the updates, and although they were updates, most of those projects were projects that have been in the plan for some time. And we'll not go through all of the dates, but our desire is to, by November, make sure we have a complete list. And then through January, work with our financial advisor, the budget department, finance team, and leadership to present a plan with the dollars that's associated with it. And that will also cover components that has public input. Again, looking at the phases, we'll not go over that again, but we'll quickly look at the phases 3 and 4, which would involve public input, the board looking at adopting a CIP in the spring. And then the second part of that is those that are in the project, potentially for a bond referendum, revisiting those numbers again. And if it is decided, we move forward with the referendum for 26. There are steps there that starts, and part of that is testing the market and the appetite for that process. And there's a lot of other steps that go beyond that, and all of you are quite familiar with that. So I wanted to give you a very broad overview. Keith and Perry will talk through some of the more details. Today, again, we just want to see, if there's something glaring that's missing, but you will also formally have a way to do that over the next several weeks as we work towards November. And so I'll kick off to Keith.
Good morning, commissioners. Claudia really summed it up. I do want to make sure that you all there are multiple ways to look at this information. Claudia sent in an email yesterday or this weekend that you can look at this online through some Power BI reports. She sent out a copy, like an 80-page PDF. I laid these out for you this morning. There's a summary document that kind of tells you where the CIP is right now. There's 3 different documents that are printed out. One's the presentation you're looking at now. Summary document that's about 10 pages long, gives you an overview of where we are, and then there's like 80 pages of individual project descriptions. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time going through the projects, just want you to know that the requested CIP right now is over $2 billion. By far, the most significant amount of that is education related for DPS and for Durham Technical Community College. There are other major projects out there. As a list, I'll show you. Some of those in the culture and recreation area of how we talk about our functional areas of our budget are around the library and the Museum of Life and Science. You can see those. We have some regional libraries that will need to be reviewed. I don't know that they have yet. Tammy Baggett, former library director, was going to get that process started. I'm sure it will be coming with the help of Perry. But we do have some regional libraries that will need to be looked at, either from a population increases or just the age of the ones that we have. You can see a list of the issues going on with Durham Public Schools, not issues, amounts, that I have in the requested CIP. Remember, we budgeted and approved, the citizens approved $425+ million for Durham Public Schools in 2022. They're working hard to spend that money. DSA, Durham School of the Arts, will be the biggest part of that when they get started on that, and it's sooner rather than later. But there's also a part of this CIP, a potential GO bond referendum in 2026. And I don't quite, let's see, the amount we have there is around $680 million. We're going to have to definitely go back to DPS, as we always do. None of this is irregular. This is a regular current. Say, where are you now, 2 years later, in spending your 22 GO bonds? And what do you think you're going to need for potentially for 2026? What we tend to want to avoid is having lots of unspent 22 GO bond money that citizens might question, why haven't you spent that, before you're coming and asking us again to give even more money. Those are the general discussions we have over time. Durham Technical Community College has added a significant number of projects, I think, per discussions with our board, and they're working with DPS. You can see a list of those projects. It's pretty significant. DTCC also had 22 GO bond monies for 2 major projects, a major health center and another, what's the other one, Claudia? The Allied Health Building and the Life Sciences Training Building. The rest of those projects, for the most part, are going to potentially be on a 2026 GO bond referendum. And we will talk about all of these things when we are prepared to give a manager's recommended CIP, but we just want to see you to get a sense of what's being requested and what's out there. Under environmental protection, there's the animal shelter that's been discussed for a number of years. There's work at the shops at Hope Valley, either for CISS and for just some upgrades at Hope. I won't go through each one of these. I want you to see some main ones. We still have a DSS building empty beside us that's going to need to have some decisions made to do what to do with. There's a homeless shelter expansion project in there. Ongoing projects like open space land acquisition. There's the JSD. I'm sorry, it's misspelled up there. David told me to change it. I forgot to do it. JSD Transition House. There's a whole host of projects under environmental protection. Included in that are enterprise fund projects. The enterprise fund is largely our sewer utility fund. We're going to have to increase the size and update our wastewater treatment plant. There's some new pump stations throughout the county we're going to have to fund. Those are all located. Those projects under the enterprise fund will be supported with enterprise fund dollars. That's not general fund dollars or property tax dollars supporting that. Some other projects under general government, lots of general services, ongoing projects. These are projects we normally fund with county cash every year. Just to give you an idea, we have to replace the HVAC equipment on all the buildings we own consistently. We have to replace roofs. We have to deal with parking lots. We have a county stadium that's going to need some major upgrades, particularly if we're going to host, the World Games here in the next. University Games, thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. So you see a number of those things there. We have some major software costs that the county is going to be incurring sooner rather than later around the updates to our ERP system. That is not cheap. We also have ongoing IT-related costs both in the sheriff's office and internal to Durham County. We have to replace computer equipment. We have to have enterprise management software. We also have ongoing security costs and hardware and software that we need to purchase. So it's quite a bit. See if I can go one more. Under public safety, a few IT-related things, body-worn cameras, some life cycle for computer equipment for the sheriffs. There's some hard capital issues around the detention center annex that we may have. At some point, we're going to either have to upgrade our existing jail that we have, and prepare for potentially having an annex somewhere else. There's been discussions about an RTP annex for the sheriff out there. I know you've all heard the sheriff come to you and talk about that. Remember, this is a requested CIP. It doesn't mean every project you see in this list is going to be a part of the recommended CIP, but we wanted to give you an idea of what's out there that departments are seeing and estimating coming in the future. Perry can help discuss the EMS stations. There are a number of EMS stations. The biggest one that's going to be coming online sooner rather than later is the Emergency Operations Center. That's a shared project with the city and some space, I believe, Perry, for the sheriff as well, potentially. That's not a cheap project, and that will be happening sooner rather than later. On the transportation side of things, we have the Durham to Roxborough Rail Trail that's being developed as a potential project to come up sooner rather than later. All that adds up to $2.2 billion. Now, some of that is historical money we've already spent, but it's over $2 billion. This is real money that has real cost. And to Claudia's point, to reiterate, it's about sequencing all of these projects, not only in a way that Perry and our project management team can work on the projects that are county related, but how much we can afford at any given time, not only just from a political standpoint, how much would we have to raise taxes if we wanted to do everything at once, but also we want to stay AAA related, we want to stay financially viable. Those staying AAA rated allows us to get the lowest interest rates on 20-year and 30-year loans. That's really important and saves a tremendous amount of money. That limits how much we can do at any given moment in time. Clearly, we have a lot that we want to do sooner rather than later. I'm getting ready to turn it over to Perry.
Quick question.
Yes,
Before you
ma'am.
I'm sorry, because if you all would rather we hold, it's just the 100 that down at the Roxborough Rail Trail. You know how it's like 3 million one time, then 6 million. What's the $100,000 for the 3 in the middle? I'm just curious. Is that like staff? It's not working. The clicker's not working.
It's not going backwards for me, no ma'am.
So yeah, but no, like there's 3 years in there where it's 100,000 between like a big $1 million chunk and another. Is that like admin? Can somebody get the clicker to make it go back or? Well, Ellen, yeah, you can come up too. Yeah, that'll help. Hello, Ms. Becker, how are you? There it is. So yeah, 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28.
Ellen Beckman, Transportation.
Uh-huh.
So we're currently working on a feasibility study for this project to look at the cost and schedule and phasing of it. And we're also working with the Conservation Fund on the purchase of the corridor with our partners at the city and NCDOT. So that's the big chunk of money in the first part is the purchase of the corridor. The next 3 years is kind of a placeholder at this point. I think the study will tell us more, but it would, the intention is that there would be design, and this would be matching funds, hopefully to federal funds. So it would cost more than this, but a match for the federal funds for design.
Placeholder that we think this is what the match would admit, but it could be more or less. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay,
Find out more soon as we do the feasibility
No, that's
study.
helpful. Because it did look like a placeholder, because they're the only 3 whole numbers on here. And so like everything else is like 423, and it's like, okay, so no, that's helpful. And it's good to think ahead. So I'm good with it. I was just curious. Y'all can go ahead. I won't stop you anymore.
Just some important reminders real quick that a balanced and affordable CIP is something that hopefully supports most, if not all, of the political desires of the Board of County Commissioners, but it also reinforces and supports the AAA bond rating and limits the property tax pressure, increased pressures that will be needed from citizens. So these are all the things that the management team is having to juggle to develop a recommended CIP that then we will present to you all, and you all will have to juggle the balance between all of those things to have what we call a balanced CIP. Once a recommended CIP is finalized, it will be vetted, as it always has been, by our financial consultant, Doug Carter and Associates, to ensure that our ability to pay meets our bond rating agency desires for our ability to pay. So in other words, so we can stay AAA bond rated, and we will relay that information. So the CIP that will be recommended will be presented after Doug Carter and Associates has reviewed it. I do want to note in here, and it's also in the summary document memo that I sent to Claudia, that we are losing over the next 3 years about $5 million annually from occupancy tax. There was a state law changed that the occupancy tax the county was getting, it was over $5 million a year and growing, that we use to help offset annual debt service for capital projects is now being diverted directly to Discover Durham, I believe. And so we will lose that in thirds over 3 years. We'll lose a third of it in 25-26, and the second third of it in 26-27, and the final third of it in 28-29. That lost revenue will have to be made up with some other county revenue source. That's built into our capital financing model, but just wanted to note that. That's not chump change to lose $5+ million a year in revenue. And now I'm going to pass it over to Perry, and he's going to talk about specific projects.
So commissioners, I'm not going to take a lot of time with this. You've seen this information 3 or 4 times. Thanks to Claudia and Keith, myself sort of packaging this and put it into a presentation where you can sort of read at your leisure. I will highlight a couple of quick updates, but I'm here for questions mainly. So Commissioners, you all asked for that we move ahead with the animal shelter. We are in the process of going through the architect selection phase. We issued an RFQ. We've got about 8 great responses, highly qualified teams put together, so we are moving ahead with that. The Sheriff's Training Facility, we have received the final GMP. We're making some revisions and negotiations with the CMAR team, and we'll be bringing that to you in November at the work session and in the first regular session for approval, and that it will be a capital project amendment, getting the funding into the capital project as well as executing the guaranteed maximum price construction manager at risk contract. So, Justice Services Department Transition House, we are still sort of back and forth trying to figure out what makes the most sense economically to get us the most bang for our buck in terms of the number of residents we can house in that facility, providing that service. So more on that. Project Bill, we have selected an architect for that. We've had our first kickoff meeting. That will be going into a 5,000 square foot unit inside of the Shops at Hope Valley Shopping Center.
I'm sorry, and this is a draft, but that's kind of the scale, like, and this is one of the empty spaces.
Yes, that is correct.
This looks really good. I'm sorry.
Yes,
But it
ma'am.
looks
Yeah,
really
yeah.
good.
The intent there is to make it, as flexible as possible. You can see we still have some private offices, but the main thing is to make the space accessible and flexible for the community members. Maybe they can watch a movie, play some games, things like that, but that's sort of the concept. So, Fire and EMS 19, this is a co-location with the city and the county. It's hot and heavy. It has a strong focus on sustainable initiatives. It's obviously going to be at the intersection of Highway 54 and Davis Drive. That was land that was donated to the city from Fidelity. We're also trying to align with other interests in terms of public safety service delivery. You've heard us talk about Kemp Road and the situation out at East Durham, Duke West, and MLK. Those are sort of high priorities. So, Emergency Operations Center, Keith mentioned this one. This one is really hot and heavy. We're in advanced planning, program verification with this one. We're doing meetings weekly on different things, HVAC equipment, sustainability options, just a myriad of things, security, everything. So we're rocking and rolling on that one.
Mr. Director, I know you're moving quick. So the fire station on the corner of 54 and Davis. So that's across from RTP,
Hub,
so
yes,
the
ma'am.
Hub RTP, and that's out where the school. Is that, and you mentioned that Fidelity donated that land. Is that the same parcel or is it a different parcel when we talk about, because I know that space is growing and you mentioned that we're putting additional public safety. Is that similarly to where the Sheriff's Department or just
They are adjacent to one another. The
Okay.
Fire and EMS 19 is to the north.
Okay.
And I got a slide in here. We'll talk about
I'm
it
a
real
hush.
quick.
Go ahead.
That's fine. But the actual site that we are trying to get for the Sheriff's Training Facility is to the south, but it's also on Fidelity land. So we'll talk about that in 1 second. This one, you all know, has become a high priority. We talk about this collectively with the Fleet Maintenance Facility. Reason being is because everyone knows the space we were leasing out at Stone Park Court for EMS ambulance repair has been taken offline. They told us we have to be out of that space by August 2025. So we're looking at the Parkwood location for that, and in doing all of this sort of program and considerations and decision making, what our plan is to maximize the use of this space on Seaton Road or Parkwood to be, I guess, a more comprehensive, not only EMS, but regular fleet maintenance for the entire county in the interim, which will give us some time. It sort of pushes out the more costly comprehensive fleet maintenance facility that was planned on Junction Road. So we think this is a great idea. We're actually selecting a design team for this, and you'll hear more about this in the future. So, but that's the plan for the Parkwood location, is to maximize our fleet maintenance ability on that site as best we can. So, Now, here's the sheriff's training facility that Commissioner Burns, you mentioned. What we've been asked, we've been in conversation with Fidelity Real Estate arm or group, and they've asked us to sort of kind of, I guess, show or exercise that the county is really serious about this before they make the commitment to donate the real estate. And so we may ask for some money for like preliminary activities, maybe environmental assessment, surveys, conceptual stuff. We heard you loud and clear that you want us to scale this project back based on projected growth out in RTP and get a better handle on that. And so the project may be phased, or we'll have more conversations with the sheriff about that, but we do think it's a good idea that we, in order to meet Fidelity's requests, we will ask for some small tranche of funding to sort of get her started and at least try to figure out what we're going to do out there. So $35 million for the renewable energy upgrades. We've all heard about that. I think Tobin's group is going to be coming to you all sometime in the near future with an update on that. So you'll hear more about what the recommendations are and the priorities are based on the building assessment. So I'm going to kind of skip through some of these. They mentioned the Homeless Services Center, and we sort of, I think the group is meeting with the city, or a committee has been established to really determine what this is. So Claudia wanted to put a placeholder there, and I'll let her talk about that.
Sure. During one of our recent meetings, I believe it was the August meeting, the board gave directive to make sure that we had a placeholder. As you recall, there were conversations about the homeless infrastructure some time ago, and it was a much bigger number. And we just wanted to formally show there's an amount from the county. We know the city will also partner in that. And as Perry shared, there are conversations that will occur to formalize it more. But this is very important, and we know the number will more than likely go up. The question is what apportioned amount the county will pay, but we will have time to refine that.
And I did skip one, but the Triangle Admin 2 building, we will be bringing that project to you probably the summer of 2025 with the guaranteed maximum price from the contractor on that one. And that's pretty much it. The others, like I say, you can read this information at your leisure. You've heard us talk about these projects or initiatives in the past. So, thank you.
At this time, we will entertain any questions. Again, we will come back in November with additional information. There are some slides after this that you can view related to some of our smaller PAYGO projects. We'll not go through them. Thanks to General Services for pulling that together. The day-to-day requirements to manage the 40-plus buildings that we have are tremendous. And so we are grateful for their team. And reading that information will give you some idea on the cycles and sequences that we do to manage our buildings, and they do a phenomenal job. Another area that we will look at that's not reflected in some of the documents are the operating costs that are associated to bring these projects online. Because the capital is one, operating is the other, and that ongoing expense has to stay in the forefront, because to build a building and then not take care of it because it doesn't have adequate facility support or repair renovations along the way is not the best approach. So that's another one. Plus, the last and final one is, what's the staffing level required to support a bond program at this level? And many of our staff are stretched to deliver these projects well. We want to make sure we take a look at that, as well as make sure our partners at the community college as well as Durham Public Schools are adequately staffed to support a robust program, because these are aggressive timelines, and we want to make sure we deliver excellent projects at the end because they are staffed the way they need to be. So those are our comments. If you have questions, let us know. We will send out a template for you to give us feedback on them. It's a lot of projects. Again, most of them, they've been in our plan for years. I think about when I was here back in 1997, the project for the new main library was in the books, okay? And it finally came to fruition in the 2016 bond referendum. So we have some projects that have been up there just as long, so they're not new. But we will do our best to give you more information as you work through it. There's lots behind the very brief narratives that you see. And again, can't thank the budget team enough, or environmental engineering, for their work pulling this together. So thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs and Vice Chair Burns.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the information that has been provided to us. This is clearly a very complex process. I have a few questions. One around the animal shelter. I know because we really started this a while ago. That is, for me, my number one priority. I've said that over and over again, but so I'm really glad to see it moving forward. But I just wonder, the plan that we're moving forward with, I don't know how old it is, and I wonder if we've circled back to the animal control and also APS just to kind of get their updated feedback on that.
The short answer is yes, we are, Commissioner Jacobs. Again, APS and the Sheriff's Office, they're members of our selection committee. Okay. The first step is what we're going to call a program verification. We'll go back and look at the old study and confirm that that information is up to date or need to be revised. And so that will be the first part of the process. You hear us say programming verification. That's exactly what it is. We verify the information we have and what's new. And so we will be doing that. Again, this is an integrative process. Those two groups, the Sheriff's Office as well as APS, and like all of our other partners, General Services, IT, Finance, everybody's a part of this. So we're not doing this in a silo here. So
fantastic.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I know this maybe not for now, but maybe at the next opportunity, I would really like to understand all the different kind of parking, maintenance facilities. I know we've got vehicles for General Services, the Office of the Sheriff, like there are all these different vehicles, and I'm frankly confused about how many different storage facilities and parking lots do we need, and is the one over at Parkwood going to, who is that going to serve? And this ties into kind of long range, is even looking at, I know General Services is right in the heart of downtown with their parking. Is there discussion about the future when there is an adequate facility? Again, is that the highest and best use of a prime downtown real estate property? I guess I'd like to better understand all of the parking vehicle needs and things like, the parking deck at Roxborough often is empty, and how do we utilize some of these different areas? So
yeah, we will put together a presentation for you on fleet maintenance and sort of parking and that whole service delivery. But what made the fleet maintenance facility so appealing was it was going to be a comprehensive fleet maintenance facility for the county. We were going to service all of the fleet maintenance needs for all departments versus doing things ad hoc, this one going this place. And even with the small Parkwood or Seton Road location, we'll still be able to service EMS, ambulance fleet, the larger RVs, all of the other fleet for the county, but we just don't get us to the numbers that we needed. We don't have the number of bays that would have been needed to service everyone, and we don't have the storage ability on that site. And so that's going to be still one of the things that we'll lack ultimately. But again, this emergent situation with the EMS ambulance issue, it has brought it to the forefront, and we're going to try to accomplish as much as possible on that Parkwood site that we can, to just, like we said, buy us some time. You know, we don't know if it'll be 5, 10 years, 15, whatever. But as Claudia mentioned, with the fiscal constraints we have, it's the wise thing to do, to sort of push that bigger project out and accomplish as much as possible with this one. I can't answer questions about general services location. I'll have to leave that for the later discussion and conversations with Motrio and others, but I hope that helps.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then I just, reading through all of the different needs makes me think of, other funding partners, other revenue sources, how we plan for that. And I know there was conversation about having an infrastructure committee with the city, the county, the schools, because I think it's important that we don't think about all these things in a vacuum, and we think about what are the factors that impact all of the demands in our CIP. So for instance, I think about, how can we be working better with the planning department so that when there's a rezoning, our EMS needs, our, sewer needs, the schools, all of that is really factored in better to the information that, frankly, the city council has, who's making those decisions, and are we adequately reflecting the costs to the county to some of to certain rezonings. So when you look at all the EMS projects, right, that you listed, they're like East Durham and South Durham, right? That's where all the development activity is. So I guess that's one of my thoughts. And then related to that is, frankly, when we are allocating new funding to the schools for new schools for doing, bonds, again, how can we incorporate conversations about how former school sites are going to be utilized, either to serve other public needs or to be sold to generate revenue that also funds capital needs. And then the third thing that comes to mind is other county properties that have value, that we're frankly, we've got that little parking lot next to the Armory, we've got property next to the Y, we've got property on Rigsby that's now being used by a group. Evidently we own part of a piece of property in front of Golden Belt. They're just these little, but again, could those be, again, helping support the CIP or other things? So those are just, you don't need to respond. I'm just sharing, these are the things that I'm thinking about, because obviously we don't have $2 billion, to Keith's point. But, I just don't also want to think about these in a vacuum. And then last thing is other projects that we may be aware of. Museum of Durham History, that's one that, conversations are happening now with the city and the county, that would fall under education. And, there's obviously big conversations about the need for probably a new convention center, a sports facility. These are really big items that, of course, also involve the city. So I just kind of wanted to put that out in the ether. And the last thing that wasn't on anything here, which is, do we need to relook at the Boys and Girls Club land? So, that's valuable property. Do we need to rethink that as we think about our CIP, and as we have too many things that we can't that we're already overburdening our staff with trying to, who does a great job of managing, but it's like a lot. So anyway, those are just the things that I've been thinking about. Thank you. And I don't know if you have any response to anything, feel free.
No, those are great remarks. I know the board have brought up many of these issues along the way, because we've been having these conversations since 23. The complexity of a growing community is trying to balance where you need new activities for growth, but also maintaining the assets that you have. The coordination between the city and the county, I'm sure, will continue. There are some big projects that are out there on the horizon, whether it's when we were looking community-wide with the type of debt that become on board from new schools. I mean, we need to replace some of our schools. They need repair, renovation. The footprint for all the other things you talk about will not talk long, but it has to be coordinated because our taxpayers can only take but so much on. So we hear your comments, and we will definitely come back with more understanding on what we may feel some steps forward, but it will take time. It will take time.
Well, it seems like the infrastructure committee could be a place where a lot of these things are tackled, actually. The city, county, DPS. I think all the things that I mentioned are actually things that could be handled at that level with staff working together, right?
Yes, and we'll come back and talk through that, that coordination.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Burns?
Okay, so I did have a couple. I'm happy that Commissioner Jacobs did bring up boys and girls, because that one is not on here. I think, first of all, this is very thorough. So thank you for this. Thank you for the information. Thank you for making it available online. So, and also thank you for always making yourselves available, because it does take time to digest this information and then come back to y'all. I'm thinking about a lot of things. I think primarily, first off, you know, you brought up a decent point, acting manager, about how the main library was in 97 and it was like 19 years later when we got to work on it. So I would love to see, and again, this is Chair Alam and I, you know, when we got elected, COVID happened right after. So we did not have the privilege of being able to come in here and sit. The best we could do was like look online for the 8 months that we got elected from March until, and really try to digest it. And I really want the staff to hear me on this. We have not seen individuals take that kind of leadership role in this gap. This is a lot, and this is just one thing. This is not public health. This is not public safety. This is not schools. This is not budget. This is infrastructure. And I need y'all to hear me where this is going to be hard to digest, even for an expert. And you have folks coming in here who have not taken the time, and I know who logs in on Zoom, I don't know who looks at YouTube in their own private life, but have not taken the time to really look at this. So what I would respectfully request, is there some way we can also prioritize some of these? And I mean, when I say prioritize, not because of what we want, because everybody has something on here that they want to see, right? I'm not gonna sit here. I know Stanford at Warren Library started way before me, but it was a priority for me, right, when I got here. I know that Commissioner Jacobs has said publicly more than once that the animal shelter is a priority for her. I would love to see a priority list that doesn't take any of that into account, but literally just takes in the infrastructure to account and what that looks like, because I don't think some of that bubbles up to us. That is not about y'all. Y'all know staff pulls us to the side and say, you know it's mold in this building and they ain't told y'all. You know it's lead in this or something else. And I don't know who the they is or who the they isn't, but Durham, just like in the private sector, is like a tugboat that is caught a whale. I do not want it to pull us down. So I would like to see that, not just for me, but for whoever sits here after me, so that they can really be thoughtful in how they look at this. A priority for me would have been the Boys and Girls Club. I can be very honest about that. But guess what I do know? I know that that building has a lot of issues, and I know that right now over on MLK, we're trying to go into those spaces and make those better so we can put people in. We got housing, we got things going on with the schools. So even though it is a priority for me, a huge priority for me, when I found out how many other aging needs that we had, I could couch myself and say, you know, we got to deal with these other 10 things first, because this aging infrastructure. So that building, which is already in great and dire needs, I'm just proud of the fact that we got it, because that was the last intersection. And I know y'all want to answer some things. So before you, that's the big question: can we get the priority? But I want to just go through a couple of things that I'm throwing out there that you don't have to answer, but we'll have those. And then once I give it back to y'all, I'll be done. I do agree, you know, this conversation about DSS, that was one of the first conversations we had when I got on this board 4 years ago with Sarah Odio. It's a random question on the OES maintenance facility. I don't know what an apron is. Somebody can tell me that later, but I didn't know what that was. I knew what everything else was. The homeless services idea that the Homeless Advisory Council had. Commissioner Jakes and I had the opportunity to sit with folks in Fayetteville. I know the number that we were given to our joint city-county meeting. I cannot remember the number that they gave us, but while we were in Tampa, they said, oh, we're using your urban ministries model down in Fayetteville. I was like, you are? And I said, how many spaces are you going to have? They told us how much land. They're doing non-congregate housing and congregate housing, doing some tiny houses, and the price is actually less than ours. I just want to throw it out there. Can we look at what Fayetteville did? Because it's actually coming offline and was in their budget, and they said they'd be willing to share it with us, especially if this is something that they're doing to mock up. I mean, they're imitating us, but they're doing it at a lesser cost. I'm just curious to see what that looks like. The affordable housing white paper policy paper you all have, again, this is auxiliary to it. I know that the revolving housing trust fund, which I can admit was a priority for me, the white paper was done on that and how we're working on it. Just somebody maybe give me an update on what this affordable housing policy white paper draft does. And then going back to the priority list and some of our parking requirements. This is now Machina Burns speaking, as we can say vice chair, not vice chair. Well, no, I'm vice chair for a couple of more weeks. I want to make sure this county might be the 9th county, Durham City might be the 9th city to decide in my disagreement to not have parking requirements. I don't know how that is going into y'all's calculus, but I want to publicly state that I hope that as we are building these things, that there are certain things that we are taking into account. I don't agree with the city's assessment. I didn't agree with the board's assessment, because what I do think is going to happen in the private sector, and I've looked at the other 8 cities, they've thrown out all the parking requirements, handicap parking included. I know that we wouldn't do that because we're a government body, but as much as we can try to adhere to some of those parking requirements, I would appreciate that. I'm going to say the same thing I said tonight that I took that vote that nobody else in here took. I pushed my grandma in a wheelchair, and some of the developers sitting here and laughed. I pushed my father in a wheelchair, and the developer sat in the back and laughed. I pushed my sister in a wheelchair, and y'all sitting here and laughed. I want to make it very clear that as I move around this county, absent this seat, I want to be able to get my family in and out of these buildings without problem. And I'm putting that pressure on y'all because the city doesn't have the courage to do it, and the developers don't care to do it. And I see that in the JCCPC meetings when they talk about it. And I know as a governing body, we're going to do our part, but I'm asking you, if they try to push us to not do the things, if we're doing a public-private partnership and they don't want to do what they got to do because the city has decided that it's not important to them, that's just even opening doors for my sister. I thought of myself in a wheelchair. God, if I was not here, she could not open this door. She could not get into this building. Transportation came in the other day talking about how crazy it was with the bus system to get folks in and out of hospital because there was just no entrance. So I'm done with that. And my big question is a priority list that doesn't take into what we consider, because I do want the new board coming in to have some thought process of what this aging infrastructure looks like and can be thoughtful about how they vote in the future that's best for folks here and not for what we think is politically expedient, and that's myself included.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. We did present a template for priority ranking, and that's one of the items we will ask you to give us feedback on that prioritizes on various categories of public safety or safety concerns, compliance issues, mandates, et cetera, always will elevate to the top, and then there are other areas that will be a focus. We will appreciate that feedback, and in November we can talk about it further, and as we go through ranking. When we do a sequencing, it's based on many factors. Ability to pay is a lot of it, but there are other factors, of course, that are in the forefront. So we'll share that with you, Commissioner, but the staff recommendation will take that into consideration when we present a recommended budget.
Thank you. And,
yes, ma'am.
And also back to something that Commissioner Jacobs said about the schools. We have got on this diocese, both in this meeting and in the joint school board meeting with us, and we have continuously asked over and over again for a list of properties. It is like the third rail that nobody wants to touch, and I don't understand why. But, you know, Fred Davis, who is no longer with the school board, actually was really creative in using Northern High School as a swing school. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I thought it was innovative. So as he was doing construction on these other schools, instead of it being 36 months, I think that's what he said, it was 18 months. The people get upset at myself and Commissioner Jacobs when we say, well, how can we enter into a public-private partnership? Do we want to sell some of these properties? How can we utilize them best? If we are building other schools on new properties and these other schools are sitting here vacant, I think as we're working on our CIP, as we're talking about affordable housing, as we're talking about what to do with homeless services, like those properties have got to come into the equation. Now, if y'all don't want to do the heavy lift because somebody on the other end is, I need that to be communicated to the people here, because I feel like we've been having the same conversation for 2 years about these properties and it hasn't moved. So if y'all are afraid to go over to the school board and say what needs to be said, at some point, give the list to her, because she's asked for it for 2 years. Because you can't give it. I'm being serious. It's not funny. We have properties in this county that people are afraid to use because they're afraid of pissing off the red shirts. I am not. So I want to see what it looks like. And the red shirts lost last time I checked in my history class.
Okay. We will come back in November with some information about how we look at all properties, whether it's county or school funded. At this juncture, we want to move the community forward, looking decades ahead. And that's something I know that in some previous conversations that some of the Board of Education members at that time were also supportive of a collective look. So we will circle back.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I know I wasn't here for a majority of the presentation, but I had a chance to review it and look it over. I will just say, Keith, there is one thing missing from here. The farm that I sent you this weekend for the county to purchase. Yeah, I sent Keith, I found a property, and I sent it to Claudia and Keith. I said, we should try to buy this one too.
She gets amused making my blood pressure.
But no, is there any questions from the side? Commissioner Carter?
Yes. Thank you all. It's really comprehensive information. It's really important information. And I'm glad to have it. And I was really happy to see the animal shelter highlighted, of course. Thank you for that. I was very glad that there was a placeholder for the homeless shelter expansion, to include a services center, and with the acknowledgement that that will need to be in partnership with the city and with Urban Ministries, of course. But good to have it on there. Good to have it in the list of a draft. Also, the farm, the Durham County Farm, I was happy to see a small amount of money allocated for the next 10 years for that. And the Emergency Operations Center, the facilities that are needed for the sheriff, all of it. Thank you. It is probably one of our most important decisions, I guess, that this board makes is the capital improvement plan. If for no other reason than just because it's such a big ticket item, dollar-wise. And like Commissioner Burns was saying, I too am thinking about sort of succession planning and feeling like there's 2 months and we're going to weigh in on priorities and stuff, but it's really the new board that's going to be making a lot of decisions around this and how to be sure that they are, aware and understanding of what's in the 80-some page list that we have now. So hopefully y'all are thinking about that too, and yeah, so that's great, I think, and important. I would be interested in knowing more details on the DPS bond projects that are included in that $680 million amount at some point, and also understanding a little better the renewable energy sort of sequencing of projects and how that lines up with the renewable energy plan that we approved. And I think you said Tobin was going to be coming to us soon and helping us understand that. So that'll be great. And my only question, well, I kind of have two, but one question I'll definitely ask, the other one I might not right now. If a GEO bond fails, are we then prohibited from using limited obligation bonds? No, we're not. Okay, that's good to know.
Different limitations for limited obligation bonds.
Sure. Right, yes.
We have to have an asset to back it up, so there are limits to assets, but we could work with DPS if it were DPS-related GEO bonds or something else. We would have to see. But
Okay.
to answer your question quite simply, no, there are other debt instruments that can be used. It would just probably be a higher interest rate.
Yeah, right, exactly. Okay, well, I was just curious about that. And I'm also curious about the analysis of affordability. I would hate to think in the future that an analysis of affordability by the experts could lead to a point where forward movement stopped because of fear that something wasn't affordable. And so just, it seems like part of the analysis of affordability should maybe also include, well, it's unaffordable if this, but if this scaled back or increased tax rate or whatever.
And it's all of that. It's the timing and the sequencing of that, the cash flow analysis. A lot of that happens in budget and finance. We have very rigorous conversations about spend rates. We look at, well, how much have you spent? So for instance, there was some frustration that the 2016 bond referendum was too low. It was only about 90-some million for the schools. But based on the spend rate, that was the right number, okay? And so there are many factors: historical spending, capacity, debt level. What is the public willing to buy? Are they, they may be willing to do a 4-cent tax rate increase to support debt, but if you go to 6 cents, that may be too high. So you have to, and that's when the market testing comes in. So there are many factors with affordability. The board does have the ability to raise taxes, to generate the revenue. There are factors such as sales taxes right now, which is a significant component of our capital finance plan. Those levels have not increased at the rates they have historically. So that has more pressure on the property tax. So it is complex. At the end of the day, we try to strike a balance that we feel as though the public will support, because we want the passage to happen if it is a bond referendum, or for the budget for those areas that does not require a vote, that our taxpayers will support it and support the board. So affordability is complex, but we do know that we have to take into context what the city is doing, that load there, the county, et cetera, and the general operating budget, if it does require additional revenue through tax increases. But we have debt that's coming, that's decreasing, et cetera, many factors. I could go on and on. I will stop. Yes.
Thank you all so much. And I just have one question. Just because I'm a more visual learner and reader, then like this spreadsheet is really, really helpful and it shows like the cost estimates. Would it be possible for the projects that are like currently in process to have Gantt charts for us to look at and see during presentations?
Well, what we will do for the next meeting, we'll have, I think the interactive information that Keith sent, that link, will give you the budget information. But to your question about timeline, project sequencing, we'll work with engineering for the projects and the other partners, because there's a lot of other projects beyond engineering, so that you can see timelines, cash flow, et cetera. We'll see what we can present. I may try to overpromise, and Keith and Perry will look at me, although I will be in the trenches as well, but we'll see what we can present for the next meeting. Because to your point, we want to make sure that as we work through the process, that our residents are aware. A more traditional CIP document has more information. So this is not how the CIP document will look in its final form. It'll have more information and details. So we'll try to figure out the balance that's needed as we work through the process.
Be great. And also like requesting that, I know we had a meeting with the new superintendent, but also from the schools, I think that'd be really helpful. Yeah. Since that's also a voter
yes,
funded
absolutely. And
projects.
It's important to remember we have time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have time, and so for instance, if we were to look at, and we'll make sure the next time we do this, if we were to look at the variance between this document and the last one we did, there is a difference, but it's not material enough that this is all new. And like I gave the example with the libraries. So we'll strike the right balance so that you have enough in the public as well as we move forward. So thank you.
Yeah. And one last question. I know this is still like in flux, and maybe Wendy has an update on this because she's on the worker committee of where we are with the Museum of History project. Did I miss that?
That's a great note. That is not up here. There were conversations about potentially location in the DSS building. We pushed that number up. It was probably about $15 million. It's pushed up because of many factors. If you may recall, the DSS main building has a long storied life and history. When we presented to the board, and Perry, I will look to you, some scenarios 4 years ago, there were models that looked at public-private partnerships. There was a model that looked at us renovating the building in its entirety. And there was one other one. So we are going to come back to the board for some one-on-one conversations. The placeholder right now looks at a worst-case scenario. If the board decided it wanted to renovate the building and incur all of the cost. If the board decided to move forward, which is staff is recommending, to see what the market may support, that would make that number lower. From a staff responsible perspective, we always try to at least put a worst case scenario there because we're gonna have to do something with that asset. So to answer your question, that placeholder is there, but is within, if it's in that space, it would be at that location. We have not typically opened up the capital requests for other partners, but there's an assumption that that could be a place for that.
Yeah, and just to give an update, the committee did have a meeting last week, and we are narrowing it down at this point to the museum. A final decision was going to be made by the board on Thursday, so I don't know the outcome, but they were going to consider funding test fit studies both at the existing location and at the DSS main. And those are kind of the two options really on the table right now to see what their needs are and whether it could fit within, what would it look like and how much would it cost. So that's where we're at. And I did raise it earlier about, so.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to bring up one suggestion David 80's made, the new convention center, that there's a presence there. So I did want to give David credit that was an option that was brought as staff talked about. Not to pivot or anything, but did think that was worth sharing.
I think the problem with the new convention center is that's way off. If you're talking about a big price tag for, I think that would be
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That brings us to our next item, which is the ARPA, discussion of updated lunch. I apologize. I hear my colleagues are hungry.
We can do all of these things.
Do you guys want to do working lunch or lunch break?
Working
lunch?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's move on.
So we'll take a 10-minute break for everyone to grab their lunch and then be back here. And discuss a report and brief presentation on the community engagement phase results of the USDA-funded feasibility study for the proposed farm campus.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Donna Rewalt, County Extension Director. I am joined, I think, online by Randy Goldstein-Benug, our County Food Security Coordinator, and she is remote with us today from the Food Nutrition Conference in Minnesota. Unfortunately, the rest of our team is dealing with illness today, so I am alone, which is an unusual thing for me in one of these presentations. I'd like to start by thanking all of you, Commissioners, for your support of agriculture and strengthening our food system and addressing community food insecurity. Your investments in farmland and open space protection, agricultural economic development grants, improved agriculture staffing, food security initiatives that include an emphasis on local, fresh, and healthy foods, as well as the purchase of the Orange Factory Road property, just show tremendous leadership and innovation in this space and provide a foundation for this work and approach. And that we're doing this in one of the most urbanized counties in North Carolina is truly remarkable. So I just really want to recognize all of that and thank you. And I know some of my colleagues share those sentiments who are also here today. Well, let's see, I don't have, oh, here's the little clicker. It's over here. Okay, so let's begin. So we are here today to share kind of an interim report of the Farm Campus Feasibility Study. This is our community engagement report. We knew that any engagement process really needed to center the needs, interests, and desires of community members who may have been left out of previous conversations, specifically many who identify as Black, Indigenous, and people of color, young adults, women, immigrants, and many others. Culminating in this report, we elevate community-driven recommendations which will inform the total feasibility study that you'll hear later, and it will provide a springboard for further discussion, exploration, and planning. Of course, it does not tell us everything we need to know, but it is a start. And so you'll see that we'll kind of explore a variety of things today and have some opportunity for discussion. So where did the idea of Farm Campus come from? I think we can look at some of these milestones here and go back even perhaps a little further to the 2009 Agricultural Development and Farmland Preservation Plan. The first milestone here you see is the creation of the Piedmont Food Processing Center. And finally in 2016, which is now 8 years ago, the Farmland Board established a Farm Campus Working Group. So we started that conversation that long ago. And so in 2020, we really identified that this needed to have more study, that talking about it for years really isn't going to get us where we need to go. And so Durham County Cooperative Extension pursued and received a USDA Urban Agriculture and Innovation Production Grant to conduct a feasibility study to create a strong community engagement foundation. Of course, the land purchase happened in here, which you see in 2024. I think you might also think about COVID as a milestone. We might think about in this whole ecosystem of food systems and food security and farming, because COVID really showed us a lot of our weaknesses and our challenges in this space, and I think really galvanized us as a county and community to really start to think more deeply and more comprehensively about these topics. So some of this you have seen a little bit, but just to kind of remind us, the Farm Campus aims to be a welcoming space that promotes sustainable agriculture, environmental stewardship, food access, equity, and economic prosperity. The components that we looked at through this community engagement process are the ones we've talked about previously, an incubator farm program, post-harvest food education facility focusing on food safety, handling, and storage, shared kitchen space, commercial kitchen, teaching kitchen, learning environments, and a healing garden. All of those, of course, based deeply in education and equity-centered practices and environmental stewardship throughout. So the community engagement process, we worked with Cospera Consulting and a Farm Campus advisory team. I'd like to lift up a community member, Jory Bryant, with Symbodied, who really helped us think also about social inequities in agriculture, which I think really helped inform the way we approached this particular work. Over the past 6 months, we sought to create intentional learning opportunities to hear from community members and prioritize those who Farm Campus aims to serve. And we tried to really get to some folks who've been historically underrepresented. And we adopted some learning goals, both for the survey component of the community engagement process and the focus group. component. So this one is definitely more deep than wide, and we thought this was really where this particular part of this process needed to be, because that's who we really need to hear from. The focus groups were held in a variety of locations, including BIPOC-led spaces, a local farm, Hayti, nonprofit partners like Seeds, the Earthseed Land Collective. We actually used the Durham County Innovation Space, I think on a board meeting night. We also had one at Extension. We also had a youth session, and we also had a few sessions that involved Spanish translation and interpretation. Some did express this was the first time they felt like they'd been included in community-type processes like this, and so that was also good to have that lifted up as well. For both the survey and the focus groups, participants could receive an incentive payment to compensate them for their time, which we also built into that structure. The limitations of this process are that, of course, it doesn't tell us everything we need to know, and it's not with a broader group of residents, a very focused group of stakeholders, and it doesn't explore all the possibilities for the property, which I think is another type of process that we will be engaging in soon. So you have the full report attached, and it's quite detailed, so I'm going to hit some highlights here, but if there's anything that you've seen or anything you'd like to talk about, I'd be happy to do that. This report is divided up, when you get into the meat of what's being talked about, it divides up into insights and then recommendations. So the insights come from the survey and focus groups, and really are trying to reflect back what was shared by participants. So these are not things we said, hey, this is good for them to say or bad for them to say, this is what they were talking about. So we just really wanted to reflect, honestly, what people were talking about. So insight 1 was around governance and staffing, and there was a lot of conversation about this, and you'll see this again in the recommendations, that to build trust and effectively serve underrepresented communities, that we need to have more inclusive governance, incorporate community members in leadership and decision-making roles. And so that's been something, that's a different way of us to consider operating, but that was something that was talked about by many. There are also a lot of folks who expressed an interest in staying involved. Resources, the importance of well-hired people, so people who could connect with the community. So the farm manager, a community liaison, could help with operational success. The food entrepreneurs were also interested in having somebody that they could connect with to answer questions and support learning. Community organizations also desired a transparency in funding and communication to build trust. So trust was a theme, just wanting to lift that one up. A second insight was around programming, and we did talk more again about that trust issue, the BIPOC farmers and some historical distrust in government systems, which have deep roots. There's some more detail on that in this report. It's something for us to respect and understand and engage in conversation about. It doesn't mean that doesn't mean we can't move forward together, but it was really notable that that was something that was talked about. Concerns were also expressed about transportation. We do know the site is in a good location. It is not, though, on a city bus line, and that was mentioned. So we have definitely been thinking about what that could look like. Program stability. So there's some really deep knowledge in some of these individuals who shared. So they talked a little bit about program stability and the importance of having good selection criteria for participants and preparing farmers to develop a pipeline before they even get to the incubator program. So really thinking about how that might look. So that's one of the insights about programming. Another insight area around programming was in messaging and communication. They talked about different types of communication, but I think it's also interesting that they really talked about motivation for farming, that we need to understand and connect with everyone's motivations, because they're often profound and deeply held beliefs about the earth or their future or being self-sustainable, and that those motivations may vary among farmers. So a lot of the farmers shared that they had different motivations. They also hoped that we would, over time, further clarify the components of farm campus and messaging. They really want more details. They want to know exactly how this is going to work, right? And really what we wanted to hear from them was, tell us something so we can figure out exactly how this is going to work. So they're ready to hear exactly how this is going to work, and they want to react to that as well. So that was helpful. And then the final insight in the programming section was on program offerings, an emphasis on this economic development piece that we've talked about throughout this project so far, an interest in education and training and business planning and development and mentorships with established farmers to improve success. I love the quote on this one: lack of community and feeling isolated in farming is a huge problem, and mentorship can solve this. So they did talk about farming sometimes being a bit of a lonely business, and you can feel alone, and how we can address that in this space. There was also enthusiasm for collaborative spaces on farm campus as a potential for gathering and being an information hub. And I think there were also some interests in access to equipment as well. The third insight was around community accessible spaces. I think we all already know that there is a lack of access to kitchen space, and this came out most strongly in the community engagement portion of this report. We had a lot of organizations that are already involved and individuals who are already involved in food and farming, and so they are already experiencing this lack of access. And so that was lifted up higher in many ways than the incubator farm part, because they already know that they need this now. Also, the food storage infrastructure in the county is not adequate. More dry and cold storage are needed. And that community leaders do see an opportunity to utilize campus space for community purposes. So like different workspaces or pavilions, and maybe offering some classes that they participate in. So those are that's kind of a high level view of the insights. The recommendations were responsive to the insights and developed with CoSparrow's help. So among the recommendations, the first is around the community governance piece, which we alluded to earlier. And so for each of the recommendations, there's some specifics and there's more detail in the report. So this is the sharing leadership power and decision-making authority with the community, establishing a community governance framework, forming a task force to design essential aspects of Farm Campus, and allocating funding to form partnerships with local experts. So that's how they have asked in some ways to be that we work differently with our community, that we involve them. Of course, we know there's constraints around that with the things that we may have to do as a county, and I think the respondents recognized some of that, but also really thought they could be helpful in this process. The second recommendation is around the programmatic approach, and that is to create inclusive programming that meets the needs of the community. So concentrate on implementing foundational program elements in 2025, which is in the coming year. Phase in programmatic components across 3 to 5 years. Establishing a cohort learning model for the incubator farm, so that'd be groups of people who come in together and learn together. Designing a mentorship program, and envisioning Farm Campus as a local attraction. So those were all recommendations that came from our respondents. And then this is just an example out of the report where you can see a little bit more detail on this phasing of programmatic components. I don't want to scare any of my CIP friends. We know this is not going to happen exactly this way, but it's the way we want to see how people are thinking, and this really reflects that thinking and the desires of what they would like to see. So we know the buildings and those things do take longer. So that's a little bit about that programmatic approach. The third one, it should not say community governments, it should say space utilization, but that is to develop a versatile space for diverse use. So a suggestion of designing spaces that serve multiple purposes, and customizing the kitchen space with advanced features and amenities. There's a lot of interesting kitchens in Durham County. So I think we knew that before, and if I didn't know that before, I really know that now. And they have some very specific needs and ideas. These recommendations and insights have also been provided to HRNA that's doing the total feasibility study for us. I also want to lift up that we now have a Farm Campus website and video. This was part of this grant as well. It kind of comes alongside this piece where it kind of shares kind of the goals and the interests, the possibilities, and also as a place for news. So we're doing blogs about the land. We will actually post something about this report. We will actually post a link to the report and share that information. I encourage everyone to check that out and also watch the video, which features some of our local community members and their thoughts about land and Farm Campus in particular. So the next steps, so the completion of the feasibility study. So HRNA, which is our consultant doing the total study, now has this report as well. And they should be finished with their report over the next month. And we will present that to the board at a future point, probably with the new board, just so that they can get their feet wet in this project. It will also be informed by those community engagement results. And it will also examine things like risk and relevant models that are in other places in the area and across the United States. We also have the start of the capital improvement process for the Orange Factory Road property. I think I heard today that RFQ might have been posted. And that will include this farm campus component as a component of that, along with all the other items. It will have communicated with a broader group of residents, so then you'll hear from the neighbors and all of those types of folks that we didn't hear from perhaps in this process, and it will be informed also by this study. Then we're looking at how we're going to begin some on-site educational activities and initial program planning. We are thinking ourselves, because we already have a program advisory structure of starting with forming a program advisory to inform early program choices and development, and starting to host some workshops and educational activities that will help build connection and community with the space and support for longer term goals. And that is the quick and dirty of it all. So any questions or discussion or comments? We just mostly wanted you all to have experienced what we've experienced in these last months. It's been great.
Thank you so much, Donna,
welcome.
and your entire team, the folks who are here with you, as well as the people who are unfortunately sick. We all hope that you guys get well soon. Bringing back to the board, Commissioner Jacobs. I just know you're going to raise your hand, so I'm going to go ahead and go.
Just go in that direction.
Thank you so much to you and everyone else who's been a part of this process. Great report, great study, presentation. So one of my questions is, when can we go out and visit the site?
I meant to mention that. Yes. So it's not. By the time we decided to do it, the summer was brutal. So we will arrange that. Yes, we will arrange that now that it's fall and before we have a transition as well.
Okay, that would be fantastic.
Yes. I knew that was going to be a question. I had a note to mention it too. Yes. All right.
So I really like the recommendations. First of all, the forming an advisory committee, advisory board. That's very similar to what we've done with the Durham Pre-K.
Yeah.
Having a governance committee structure from the people who are the experts or the users, I think really is great. And we also did that with even the early childhood action plan.
Yes.
So I think that's a really, really good model. And I wonder if they will also, where do you feel like will come in looking at sources of funding? Because, things, you've already gotten a grant that's funded the study, but wondering, what kinds of federal, state, all those types of, where do you see that happening?
So, it's interesting, the state and federal funding picture is different. So there's a lot of buckets of money that form components. There's very few things that kind of fund whole things. There is a second phase, and assuming, depending on how the national elections work out, that may affect that, but there is a second phase to this urban development grant program, which is more some implementation and could potentially be used for maybe some early equipment and some other things. So we do know that there's some possibilities. We've also discussed a couple of things we know in terms of accessing certain types of federal funding, particularly related to farms, is that this property did at one time have a farm number, and we would get a farm number for the property for Durham County for the farm portion. And so that opens up that farming possibility. The hay that is on the property is being cut and used. So we're actually producing, it may not be a product for us, but we are producing a product. So if we produce a product and have a farm number, that opens up certain types of funding, because that would mean we have a farm, basically. So from the farming side of it, we can see some opportunities there, and so we're going to be looking at what we can do. Obviously in the very beginning, because there could be long-term, there may be a building, so we'll want to think about how we situate things. Of course, fields can be moved, but we want to minimize any potential disruption if we start some early activities out there, so that those things don't get entirely displaced for future use. So we're hoping that between this process and then the upcoming RFQ, we'll have enough information where we can have a better idea of where we can really dig in more, because we can start growing things a lot sooner than we can have a building, as we know. So that we know that makes sense. So we're already looking at opportunities.
Okay, great. I also really liked all those second recommendations about this whole idea of really cultivating the mentorship and the cohort learning model. Again, we've used the cohort model with the bowls, and that's been very successful. And the mentoring, I think it has a two-way benefit. We do have farmers who are, frankly, who are aging out of being active farmers, but they still have so much knowledge to contribute, and I think that's a very powerful way to really build community around this. The other issue is, and we've discussed this at the Soil and Water breakfast, which is that we are losing farmland.
Yes, we are.
In Durham County. So even with all the great efforts of, our real estate partners and all of the easements that we're doing and everything that everyone is doing, cooperative extension, whatever, the reality is with this very small county that already doesn't have a lot of land, the fact that we're losing farmland is very concerning. And so I saw it mentioned in the report, but I think I would hope that this could also be a way maybe to create a pipeline when you're building up these relationships and connections between the new farmers and the retiring farmers, of for people who are thinking about who might want to buy my land or pass this on, or those relationships, because it is concerning that we're not winning this battle.
No, North Carolina is not winning this battle. After Texas, we are losing, right after Texas, losing the most farmland in the country.
So I think that's something for us to really lift up as a community, that to all raise awareness around. And certainly we are doing a lot of things, but this, I think, could possibly help us with that as well. So and I love also the idea of being able to serve a lot of different people in the community, like even the trails, having the trails there, a meeting room, having the creativity and the flexibility, and the ideal farm to table. And how can we even tie the local restaurant community, whether they would be members of the advisory board, and even our hospitality industry, Discover Durham. I know you mentioned also in the report about this being kind of a tourism thing. Those are just, I don't know when you've thought about the governance board, but even pulling in kind of everyone who's in that ecosystem that we really need to have this thrive.
Yeah, I think we've been thinking about that, and I think these spaces ultimately are very intimate spaces. If you're talking about sharing kitchen space, if you go to the Piedmont Food Processing Center, you really have to be able to work together with your neighbors. You have to have people who know what they're talking about. And same thing in a farm. If you're going to share space, you might have seen the note about they're worried about vandalism or someone borrowing your thing without asking. So there is a lot around how we all get along with each other if this type of project is going to be successful. I think one of the things we also hope to do, and if any of you all are interested, there are some good, going out to Good Hope Farm or going out to the Suffs Farm or some of the other farms in the area to also see kind of how that happens. I think also might be beneficial as we go along.
Sounds like another future field trip. And then I just The beginning of the report mentioned partners. It didn't mention soil and water, but I assume that they are partners.
Yes, they are definitely partners.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
and I believe Sherry,
Okay.
Sherry is back here. And we also, I think it's helpful to know, we provided all of the data. There's some additional data that was kind of the raw data from the early part of the survey. We provided all of that to soil and water to Sherry and the team who's working on the farmland preservation plan, because we want this data to have as much life as it can, and if any of it is useful for that purpose, and I think some of it is. So we also did provide that, and so we're in close, and she's been part of that community engagement. So we did pull together some folks specifically around community engagement for that. So they've been part of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Carter, then Commissioner Howerton.
I would just say I'm excited about this. It'll be fun to watch it grow, you know, as a community resident here in the future. And I really think you're moving in all the right directions. I agree with Wendy. I liked all of the areas of recommendation and the specific recommendations within those areas. I like the notion of needing to grow community through farming, and wondered if, do you think that at some point there might be consideration for a different name? Like maybe that would even become part of, I don't know, the outreach sessions or something.
That actually did come up.
Yeah,
so.
I thought I'd read that somewhere.
Yeah,
and that
it's in there. It's in there. I think, yeah, Farm Campus is really, I would say, I would call that a placeholder.
Yeah.
And so we have to call it something.
You do. That's true.
We call it the farm, but I think Farm Campus works because it does incorporate the fact it's not just one thing, it's many things together in a space. So, and it's kind of, I think, what people used in discussion for these last 8 years. So we'll keep that until, and I think there could be some process where we talk about what that naming, what we call that, what feels more inclusive to the community, what that could look like. So yes, that came up. Things like nobody has any love for the Trayburn sign. Yeah, so there's some little details kind of buried in there that probably not something I, put as a highlight, but definitely, making it sure that it does feel like a space that belongs to Durham and the community. So,
do you think that there is any potential for the development of an official agriculture education program at Durham Tech, that we could have a pipeline of farmers from Durham Public Schools and the Hub Farm, Durham Tech, this farm campus?
Yeah, that's an
anything
interesting.
like
That's interesting. That would be a very interesting question for Durham Tech. I mean, the way they divide up programs, in community colleges is different in terms of how they do this based on regions and locations and not having duplication. There are 2, of course, agricultural programs, and youth from those programs did participate in this process.
That's good.
So it's worth a conversation. They do have a couple of things that are kind of farming adjacent and definitely on the business side as well. And I think that would also be an interesting conversation because the business of farming as you're doing all of this is really important.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Okay. Thanks, Donna, and John Little, if he's listening, and Raina, and all the other, Sherry, all the people that are
everybody has been fantastic, and
Yeah.
open space. I mean, we've all worked together on talking about this. So it's nice to kind of start to be able to bring you a little bit more.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Donna, for this report. I just had 2 questions.
Yeah.
One, is there anything that will be prohibited from growth there? And the other one is, will individuals be allowed to raise, to market, raise vegetables or whatever they're raising for market?
Yes, I mean, we are hoping that people are going to develop agricultural businesses. So they definitely have, so it can't just be that they're learning to grow. It's what happens after growing. Which is why some of the other facility needs of processing and preparing, so taking your tomatoes and making it into salsa or any number of possibilities. So definitely raising and marketing, business planning, all of that should be incorporated throughout. Is there anything that would be prohibited? That is a great question. We do want this to be a sustainable space. So I think some of those decisions are further down. I don't see us raising a lot of large commodity crops like corn. Maybe someone would have some specialty corn, but you wouldn't have acres and acres of corn out there, for example. Hemp is still kind of in a early phase. One of our agriculture agents jokes that if you want to, throw some money away, you can dig a hole and put your money in there, and or you could grow hemp. They kind of joke, it's a hard crop to grow, right? So is that where we want our lower resource people to start? But we also want them to follow their dreams. So if they have a dream about that, unless the county has a reason not to do it, I think we would try. We really want it to be a shared space. We would want to watch invasives. So there's some kind of environmental things that we would be on the lookout for, perhaps in terms of the varieties or the choices people make. But we would really want people to be growing what's going to work for them and their business.
Thank you. I had one or two follow-up questions. One, I guess, is for Celeste. Sorry if I've missed it. Is this going to be presented at Open Space and Trails meeting? Because I know that there's been conversations in that space where the members are coming to the city and county asking us to do exactly what we're doing of protecting more land.
We certainly could, Donna, I'm sure if you wanted to. I know when I'm at DOST, I usually update them on these sorts of things that, for example, this has been presented. They're probably going to be much more interested in like the next phase and the RFQ that was just advertised yesterday for the bigger design team for the larger component of the Orange Factory Road site. What is that going to contribute to the community? Because there certainly are some recreational, nature-based kind of uses that we could foresee being out there as well. Does that answer your question?
No, it does.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
just because I know we had one of our meetings, I was the only elected official at the meeting, so then they were like, why aren't you buying more land? Why aren't you preserving more land? And I was like, we are. We're doing exactly that with this, so to give them a bigger update.
Yeah, and I think in March, right after we had closed this, I did do a pretty comprehensive presentation to DOST on our open space program, and we will be presenting to Environmental Affairs Board this week, and we'll include this project as well as the Santee Road capital project that we're moving forward. So we're trying, until we get our teams on board with community engagement, our staff, we're trying to really make sure folks know that we've got these things burning on the stove.
Great.
And perhaps when we have the full, which incorporates this, the full feasibility study, that might be the best time to share a little bit more.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we want to get people out there. We were going to make that happen. So.
Yes.
And then my second question is for you, Donna. Is it possible, maybe this will come up during the conversations in the working groups, I just was thinking about, you know how Dorothea Dix Park in Raleigh, they have like ways to bring the community member to the park for free. Like they have the sunflower field that they do once a year. And then they also, I don't know if like it's possible to do like different activities for just Durham County community members to come and use and interact the space. Like have a corn maze one year for people to bring their children. And just like kind of through the seasons rotating part of the space just to get more use out of like the average Durham County resident.
Yeah, I think many things are possibilities. I think some of that will come out in this next RFQ phase as well with that kind of broader community engagement. I do think that agritourism is something that certainly entrepreneurial farmers and growers in our community think about and probably would want to think about even for themselves on this site. So I think there's a lot of possibilities. We just want to find things that are complementary. And we also, I would say it also is in here that they want to make sure that we're not competing, right? So we're not competing with the corn maze down the road. So we have to also think about how we complement our neighbors and the other businesses. So that's some early discussion around, we aren't going to create a farm that then goes out and undercuts the farm next door, right? So we want to also be thoughtful about that.
Thank you.
But yes, we'd love to see, I think we'd like to see this as an opportunity for people to be exposed to agriculture and open space in a lot of different ways. Yeah.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
That brings us to our next item, the discussion of updated business recruitment and expansion policy. I just want to do time check. We are at 1:30. I'll do a better job of keeping everyone on track for time. Andy and Matt, do you think 30 minutes for presentation, 15 for discussion? Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners, and to the dais. It is great to see y'all. It is good to be here with you today for the second conversation in the business recruitment policy update. I am Andy Miracle. I'm the Director of Economic Development with Durham County, and I'm joined by Matt Filter, who is our Economic Development Manager. Real quick, we're going to recap the conversation that we had in September, where we introduced kind of where the new direction we were thinking about in terms of looking at changes to the policy. We had that conversation, and today we are going to review the most significant changes to the revised policy and give you an overview of that approach and allow time for questions. So very briefly, so in September, we started the conversation in terms of how we were approaching looking at revising the policy. We laid out the framework for you for that conversation. We obtained high-level feedback, and now we are at today's conversation where we have now prepared a drafted revised policy. And as I mentioned, we will go through the high-level changes that we are considering, and we will look to bring that back to the board at the meeting on the 28th of this month for approval. So hopefully allowing everyone plenty of time to review and ask any questions that you may have outside of today's conversation. So in terms of framing, just to recap, we're seeking to fine-tune the policy based on 5 years of experience administering the program. We are recommending keeping much of the guiding principles the same and the performance criteria the same. We have benchmarked against our peer counties and cities, as well as having communications with professionals within the industry to really understand how folks are approaching this, if there are things that we haven't considered, and what we may want to improve, what we want to hang on to. For context, particularly for the viewing public, as y'all are aware, we are a relatively small office. We have 3.5 FTEs, so just in terms of framing what we may be able to accomplish through this policy revision. And lastly, when we went through the last policy revision in 2019, our 3 guiding principles were the following, and they stay the same as we continue to do this work. How can we recruit companies that align with our strategic priorities as a county and really allow us to maximize those community partnerships that we know commissioners are so very interested in? Second, how do we stay within our legal parameters, right? We have, North Carolina has we have a narrow lane where we can do this work. And lastly, how do we maintain our competitive advantage, being proximate to so many counties that are also doing this work, staying competitive with them where we do have porous borders. So in terms of topics and principles for the conversation, we want to continue our work as leaders in community benefit agreements. This is a space where Durham County is leading. I think most folks approach this work in a very traditional format, and we are trying to maximize the value that we can get from this opportunity, particularly being in an area of high value destination as Durham County. How can we simplify the language and reorganize? How can we review the legal framework? How can we consider or evaluate a tiered approach based on project and award size? It's currently one size fits all. How can we remove unintended impediments towards achieving the spirit and goals of the policy? And lastly, how do we consider a special lane for a transformative project like a headquarters project? And I'll say, and Matt mentioned last time as we went through this, much of this review reaffirmed the approach that we are taking. And so I think you will see some changes around the edges, but by and large, it really is an affirmation of the work that's taking place and the ROI that we're getting from our approach. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Matt Filter.
Literally handing it over. Good afternoon. So I want to start out by just an overview. In the document that was labeled kind of 2024 update, there are kind of 3 pieces of that document. And so the way we're envisioning it is that the resolution and that the policy are what the board is reviewing and voting on. And then we would have kind of a supplemental living document for the community partnerships and benefits, of course, overseen and guided by your vision and direction. But allowing it to be a little bit more living as new programs come online or offline, or we learn new things. We can kind of tweak it as we go. And this is what's provided to companies when they reach out to us to start the incentive process. So that information to some degree is still in the policy. The specifics are just in the living document. So last time, I have to give a hat tip to Commissioner Carter. I believe this was a question that she had, was why is the resolution and the policy kind of all one document? And certainly nothing wrong with the way that we did it last time, but I thought that was a good question and good comment. So we've kind of separated those out so that when we send the policy document out to prospective companies, it's a little shorter, a little cleaner, a little easier to follow. But the resolution, the first part here, is very similar to that of 2020's. It also authorizes the policy. We added a little bit more information in there about livable wage, good benefits, professional growth opportunities, and then we also added in a second authorization for the county manager, i.e. staff, to better execute the policy on kind of a day-to-day, month-to-month basis. We have action language similar to that at our various public hearings, but thought it was just kind of important to establish up front kind of how the policy is executed. So the second chunk of the three is the policy itself. We've kind of reorganized a bunch of stuff into six buckets. We have a section on eligibility, a section on the submission, section on community partnerships and benefits, the award, performance agreement, and then additional information. So we'll kind of go section by section. So 6 sections here highlighting what the policy says. The stuff that's in the text that's in blue, it's just to kind of help draw your attention to that's new or newish. We presume you probably wanted to see a track changes document, but we were just moving stuff all around. It just kind of became really hard to follow. And so we thought this might be the easiest way to kind of just tease out what's new and what's not. Again, green is what we're already doing, blue is new. So first section is the eligibility, what projects qualify. Projects need to be commercial or industrial. There needs to be interstate competition, other states, other areas competing, and there has to be a but-for, meaning that the incentive is one of the reasons that they are locating here, and but for the incentive, they would not locate here. The thresholds for consideration, we're keeping those the same at the high level, so non-headquarters projects staying with $50 million in capital expenditure and or 200 new full-time jobs. So that's not changing. What is changing is we're adding a sort of second special lane for headquarters projects, projects that may have a fair amount of jobs, but maybe are not quite at 200, and because that they're more job-focused, maybe in office jobs, they have a hard time meeting that $50 million in capital investment. So we're adding this in here. This is a lane a lot of our other peer communities have. We thought it was important for us to have something similar to be competitive. New capital investment is defined as being taxable real property or business personal property. We just clarify that lease payments aren't eligible. That's already our policy, WAKE's policy, state policy, nothing new there, but sometimes companies get confused about what counts. New full-time jobs are defined as permanent or salaried employees, 55 plus hours a week. A tweak we made kind of post-COVID is the previous policy or the existing policy essentially said you had to be on site all the time. And that we just don't think that's the nature of how a lot of work is today, so we just tweaked it to say majority of the time. We don't necessarily want to incentivize a job of someone who comes in the office one day a month, and they're coming in from Charlotte, but I think it is fair to say that, hybrid schedules are here to stay. We also wanted to simplify how we count the jobs. We had a lot of protections to make sure that the positions were being paid fair wages, and our current policy essentially had folks submitting an entire roster of all their employees, their titles, and they had to go to the state classification, essentially match them, and then compare them to the wage for the region. It got really challenging for staff, for the companies, to make the right comparisons. And so we just said, it's probably just easier to say, why don't we just take our living wage standard here at Durham County? Do the jobs exceed that wage? They do, okay, they count. If they don't, they don't count. And so we're also require that, the jobs have health insurance, 50% plus of the premiums need to be paid by the employer. Small change that we've made is allowing for PEOs, which is essentially kind of like a co-employment with a kind of like a human resources company that allows kind of smaller companies that are growing to have access to pooled benefits, and other things of that nature. Section 2, really no changes, just specifying what companies need to submit to our office to process the information and to provide it to you. Section 3, community partnerships and benefits. As Andy said, we're already, in my opinion, a leader in this space. We already have a very robust set of standards. We're just expanding here a little bit on the board, county's priorities, and how they impact the review and the size of the award, kind of making it a little bit more high level, saying these are our priorities, 6 areas: minority and women-owned businesses, company policies and benefits, so that's hiring practices or benefits, parental leave, things of that nature, hiring and workforce development, DPS partnerships, which to some degree is also workforce development but is sometimes separate, sustainability and transportation strategies. Companies can certainly propose things or suggest things or include things that are not on that list, but those are kind of the key areas. Section 4 is the award section, kind of just explaining how we come to generate a specific number for an award. So the award is between usually 10 to 50% of the projected new county property tax revenue generated over a stabilized 5-year period. The factors, there are a variety of factors, as you know, influencing the decision on that amount. We've kind of gone back and forth with like a tiered approach or, some guidance on, different proposals. And I think we kind of added in some qualifying statements, I think, to help better explain our position, but at the same time not box us in. So we said, it may be easier for projects with a smaller capital investment, thus a smaller award size, to obtain that full 50% than a project that is much larger, right? It's a $5 million project. A $5 million incentive, we would probably want a lot more from a company versus a $50,000 incentive, right? We also previously had a policy and a statement that we could award $1,000 per job. We haven't used that. We just think it's easier to stick with kind of the typical property tax calculation, so we're recommending removing that. There's a public hearing required, public notice is required, and that historic property can't kind of double dip, right? So some local landmarks can receive reduced property tax bills. Folks can't then come in and say, well, we want another grant essentially from the county, right, for business recruitment as it relates to that specific property tax. Certainly could maybe apply to business personal property, but not the real component. Section 5, performance agreement and compliance. I would say, as we've looked at other communities, I would say our clawback, our performance agreements requirements, our compliance requirements are quite robust. Even with some of the changes that we're going to make here, I think we're very, very careful and deliberate in how we track what companies are doing or not doing. One thing I think that we're looking to do is just clarify and simplify the agreement term and payment structure. So, we can go up to 10 years. That's what we already kind of do, although we typically default as staff to 10 years for consistency, while it might not always make sense to do so. So, we're saying payouts would occur for an award over a 5 to 7 year period, depending on the project. I think there are a lot of things that we would think about: the size of the project, the type of project, reputation of the company and their track record. Is there also a state grant? That's another level of oversight, right? And another carrot, the state grant, the JDIG, is really good oversight for the jobs because they would receive essentially rebate on income tax. And so we're trying to build a little bit more flexibility into how we think about structuring these agreements. And so I think what we're thinking is the policy itself is not a significant change from where we are today, but we may not always default to a flat out 7 years of payment, 10-year performance agreement. It's just really hard to think out that far in advance and to lock someone into something. So we're thinking we would propose to the board in closed session, when we bring those documents to you that say this is the project and our recommended approach in terms of the percentage. We may also make a recommended structure of an agreement. And then the company is required to submit annual documentation. It may be required, additional information may be required based on the size of the award or the type of the project. Again, just trying to build in some flexibility there, given on the size or type of the award. Continuing, right now, we don't really allow a assignment or conveyance of awards, and we're not suggesting that we allow that outright, but we think there are some instances where a company is acquired, or there's a merger, or there are other things that may be advantageous to both the county, the company, and the taxpayer in thinking about certain performance agreements. So building in a little flexibility there. We're changing a little bit how we think about, or we're proposing to change to think about how we think about MWBE vendors. Right now, we just say the requirement is everyone has to post with state or local organizations what the specific bids may be. We found what's actually more effective is saying you need to submit to us who you're actually hiring at the end of each year, with the assumption that they will then also submit that information or have existing companies that are minority women-owned businesses that they're already working with. And then lastly, this is something we already do, but essentially they have to follow all local, they have to follow all Durham County and Durham City laws and ordinances, be compliant with all environmental laws, and make sure they're up to date on all of their property tax payments. Second to last part of this section, this is the real meat of the agreement. All new jobs need to be posted with NC Works. CapEx, community benefits, and job targets must be met, or there's either no payment or prorated payment. We continue to reaffirm that all new payments require at least a 2-to-1 ratio, right? So we'll never pay out more than 50% of $1 of new tax revenue generated. And so where we made a slight change here is how we're thinking about our annual performance for the payment years. And so to get a full payment, you have to be 100%. You have to do everything you say you're going to do, right, in terms of jobs, capital expenditure. Currently, you have to also meet 80% of your jobs and 80% of your capital expenditures to qualify for a reduced payment. So, there's scenarios where a company does 100% of their capital investment, 75% of the jobs, because one was below 80%, sorry, no payment. And so we're making a slight tweak to just say the average needs to be 80% compliance in order to get a payment. It would still be a reduced payment, so it does not mean they're getting a full payment. It's just a little bit more flexibility, particularly on the jobs front, because companies are a lot of times making these commitments many years in advance. As we know, we have real challenges in filling positions. Post-COVID, the way in which we think about jobs is very different. So just trying to build a little bit of flexibility in here for staff and for the companies to still receive a reduced payment if they're not able to meet 100% of the jobs. Bless you. Our overall performance, so that was kind of like the annual performance, but we kind of also keep track over several years at a time. We also have several guidelines and protections in place. Company fails to achieve 80% annual performance for 3 straight years, the company has to repay everything. If at the end of a payment period, so 5 years, 7 years, whatever it may be, a company did not or is not expected to achieve 60% of either capital investment or total jobs, will require the company to repay it all. That's a little higher than it was last time. It was 50% before. And then if at the end of the maintenance period of the agreement, so if you think of a 10-year agreement, kind of how we do it is 7 years of payment, kind of 3 years of oversight. Just making sure the factory is open, making sure they're doing the community partnerships, making sure there's not been layoffs, et cetera. And so if by the end of the maintenance period of the agreement, a company fails to maintain a minimum of 50% of the required jobs under the agreement, the company shall repay the county up to 25% of the appropriations made under the agreement. right now it's kind of a complicated scale of like, it depends on the year and you got to weight this and that. And we just said, you know, this is something that we do that most other communities don't do. So I think we're already very, very protected, I guess you'd say. And so making it a little easier to follow, I think was a no-brainer for us. And then if there's any type of closure, right, you know, that requires full repayment to the county. Our last section of the of the policy is just kind of a catch-all, additional information, just reiterating that we are not creating any legal expectation or interest by any company. If they submit stuff to us, it does not mean that they'll get an incentive award. The board retains its full and absolute discretion making or not making an award. It's case by case, right? And any assistance is limited by the availability of funds or influenced by the alignment or lack thereof with broader strategic priorities. You know, there may be, hasn't happened, but there could be a company that, you know, the type of product or work they do just doesn't align with our, you know, our county values, right? Even if they have a significant job or investment number, and just allowing some flexibility for the board to take that into consideration if it was to occur.
This is during the actual negotiation process,
Yes,
not
correct.
after.
Yes,
It's not-
correct.
okay.
Yeah, you know, like I'll probably get in trouble, but like a vaping company, right? That's probably not something, you know, that we'd want to incentivize. I guess I won't speak for you, but I presume we probably wouldn't want to, you know, incentivize that, you know, come to Durham, at least using taxpayer dollars. So that might be an example. So, you know, they may meet all the other criteria and they may have parental leave or whatever, but you may ultimately decide that, you know, given other public health concerns or priorities, it's just not something you want to do, so. Community benefits and partnerships handout. So this is the third document in the file. Something we'll separate out for the vote whenever that occurs. This is just a living document that's being maintained by staff, provided to prospective companies at intake. We're currently fine-tuning it with all of our various partners, both internal and external. Before it was just kind of like a long list, not really organized, so we tried to break it out into kind of buckets. I'll just read a few of them just so people in the, I don't know that it's gonna go forward here. Oh, there we go, just so the general public knows, but you know, company will commit to an MWBE participation goal of 25%, or the company will offer childcare support, company will permit and support the hiring of justice-involved individuals, company will work with Durham Tech to identify coursework and certifications for entry-level positions. So those are just a few that I know are important to the board. Just call them out here so people know, but there's a much longer list in the attachment. So that is all we have for our update. Are there any questions or concerns or things we need to revisit or explain?
Thank you all so much. This is really great, and appreciate all of the feedback that you've taken from us over the many, many economic development conversations and the priorities that we've all shared. I'll bring it to the board to see if there's any questions. Are you sure? You don't want me to start there? I'll start on this side.
No, but when you go ahead. Yes.
Commissioner Carter? Okay.
I think you said it, Chair. We just appreciate you taking all the feedback that we've given over the many hours and months. And, you know, I don't have anything to add. I think it's an extensive list. And I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Same here. I thank you for this work. I think it's really a solid recommendation for us, and I like the approach. I think all of your recommendations are sound, and I don't have any questions about any of them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Burns?
When would you be wanting to come back to us?
I think currently we're looking at the regular meeting on the 24th.
Okay. I don't have
28th.
The 20th. Yeah, I was about to say. It's like, wait a minute with my calendar. So no, thank you for the intentionality. Yeah. So and y'all are kind of after this one, but we know that was expansion. I agree with my colleagues. I don't really have anything else to add, but I'd be interested in seeing just what the final document looks like. So I'll be waiting for that maybe on Thursday, and then that next Thursday, and then we'll see it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Wendy.
Thank you so much. I think this is really, you have reflected what you heard from us, but also this is much easier to understand. When I looked at what we had previously and then what you're presenting here, it's much clearer. The format, I mean, I think that it'll be easier for the companies, frankly, to understand. And the way it also really highlights, I feel like the community benefits piece is really lifted up also in this new format. I had a few questions. How do you look at, how do you think this reflects retention versus recruitment? And do you see any difference in that?
Do you want me to take it?
Go for it.
So I think the way I thought about it was I kind of swapped out recruitment with expansion. Okay. And so, expansion would be, the projects that are already here but are looking to do more. And so, you can think about Eli Lilly or Merck or Corning. I mean, these are projects over several years, but, we do have a fair amount of companies in our portfolio that have expanded, that they're not moving here from Europe or Asia or Michigan or whatever, that they are companies that are already here. Retention gets a little bit tricky because unless the company is proposing to do something new, because this is just me speaking, Andy can disagree with me, but just from a public policy perspective, I think it's challenging if someone shows up and says, I'm going to leave. If you have to pay me to stay. If I stay, I'm not going to do anything different, right? And so that's what a lot of retention policy is in some cases, and it can be just hard to suss out. Now, there's certainly things we can do on the retention side to make sure that businesses stay here in terms of the programs, the policies, other grant programs that we may have. I don't want the takeaway to be that we don't think retention is important. It is very important. I'm just not sure that the incentive is the tool for that, in my personal opinion.
And to add to that, when we do have retention projects, right, when we do have existing companies that do have a project that they're shopping around, the same thresholds apply in terms of new jobs and investment, and the same legal parameters apply as well. So they have to demonstrate, the but-for, that they're looking at interstate competition. And so there are a lot of similarities. In some ways, it's easier because they're generally looking to expand at their existing site. So they've already figured out the site question. They understand the workforce piece. It's really just some of those extraneous factors.
Okay, great answer. And then related to JDIGs, I know you did reference that, but how do you look at that differently as well? Or how do we, because it's new, it's different, right? The state is taking the lead, and then we're being asked to participate. And we don't unlock the benefits from the state unless we participate.
Yeah, I'm sure Andy and I, over a frosty beverage would have lots of opinions of what we could share with you on the JDIG Awards. I think generally they're good. I think we do have non-JDIG projects. Science, for example, this summer was a non-JDIG project. Eli Lilly was a non-JDIG project. We have a lot of kind of more legacy investments, downtown public-private partnerships that are non-JDIG projects. To some degree, it's helpful for the state to take the lead and to provide funding as it relates to on the job side of things. I think there's also a benefit too, because it's another layer of oversight. And so that was one of the things that we were thinking about in terms of these really long agreements. 10 years is a long time. It's a decade, and so some of the, like science, for example, we're still, in conversations with them and negotiating the terms of the agreement. But, if the first payment was a couple years from now, stabilized project, take 10 years out, we're drafting contracts where they're referencing 2038. I mean, that's a long time. So all that to say, I think reducing the amount of time they're under contract with the county is beneficial to us because it kind of reduces staff time in terms of just the oversight. But the JDIG awards are still 10 or 12 years, and so those extra years, they're still needing to comply with the JDIG, and they're still getting paid out. And so there's advantage to them to continue to maintain the employment beyond kind of the term of our agreement. And so we're very supportive of the JDIG award. they do things a little differently.
When we do provide a local match to a JDIG award, because we calculate our offers differently, we're able to, as a group, incentivize both parts of the calculation. Whereas we incentivize the capital investment, they incentivize the jobs, right? And so we can play off each other in that regard, where there's more motivation beyond what we offer for the company to really deliver on their jobs. And so it is really beneficial in that regard.
I think one challenge with the JDIG award, just in how it's meted out, is that in order to qualify a JDIG, the company's average wages have to meet or exceed the county's wage. And we right now have the highest wage requirement of any county in the state of North Carolina. So if there's a project that pays good wages, but maybe the average wage isn't in the 90s, they would not qualify for a JDIG in Durham County. Same with Wake, so we're at least on the same page there. But we're at a little bit of a competitive disadvantage there. But that's where some of the local awards come in, where we're able to make some local awards if there's a significant real property and business personal property tax investment.
Thank you. I learned a lot from what you just shared. So in terms of any input on the template for the focus areas and then commitment example, where it said for the hiring and workforce development, and it says one of the bullets is community supports and permits, company supports and permits hiring of justice involved individuals. I was just wondering about us including how we could maybe put something in there about working with our Justice Services Resource Center or Justice Services Department, because I think that is something that may be kind of daunting or intimidating or to a company, and the fact that we could offer support with that maybe help that be successful. So that was one thing I just wanted to
Sure, no
put
problem.
out there as I don't know the right way to do it, but just that's one thing I wanted to put out. The other issue is, I know also in the policy it talks about how we want to, our goals about hiring good paying jobs for people and all that. I kind of felt like, I guess I wanted to, how could we lift up even a little bit more strongly, and I don't know where it would go, but I feel like it has, and you do say about criteria about supplying a list of the types of jobs and what is required, but I feel like one of our goals has been that we've really prioritized companies that have jobs at all different education levels, and I'm not sure if I felt like that was fully really amplified under the community partnerships and benefits.
Sure. That's great. As opportunities for internal mobility, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and so just that was the other thing that jumped out at me. And then my last question was, can you clarify, how do we use this? Is it actually being included with the contract? I just to really understand that the community partnerships and benefits piece, like, is it kind of a scope of work kind of thing, or like how does this really legally get included?
Great question. So typically, by the time it goes to public hearing, you'll see a more formal list.
Right.
And it'll say community partnerships and benefits at the top, and there'll be a list of bullet points and kind of quasi-legal language. The company will make a good faith effort to do the following, And we just actually take that and essentially staple it to the contract. And there's a reference in the contract that says company will make a good faith effort to comply with, attachment C. I forget which one it is. So what you see at the public hearing is what we take verbatim and just attach to the agreement. We do allow a little bit of flexibility in there, particularly in the first few years, where a company may be building the facility, right, may not make sense for those first couple years to have a intern from tech or from central, right? They're still building the building. There's nowhere to put that person. But yeah, it's attached to the contract and enforced that way.
And I would say in recent years, we've really tried to narrow in on the specificity. For example, with internships, we'll say, if we're working on a project now and it's 2024, they've got to build a building and do all the hiring and all those things like that. We'll schedule in there by year 27, start with the internship program. So we're really just trying to clarify expectations for everyone involved in terms of what the goals are and how to get there.
Yeah, I think if you look 5 years ago to now, the specificity would be much more robust.
Okay, and then my last question is just, I know that in terms of the performance agreement and compliance, what we're doing, but I guess, is there, and then maybe it's not part of the policy, I don't know, but I think the piece about our transparency and reporting back to the community is also important. And I know you've created a website now, and a lot of the, you're trying to put that out at least on an annual basis. But, that's my other thought, is how do we also hold ourselves accountable, and whether that should be part of our policy as well. Anyway, that's just.
So we do an annual report that was not part of the previous policy. It's just something we felt was important to do, and kind of lists out the high level data from the program. It also provides a list at the end of every agreement that we have, where we are in the agreement, how much we've paid out, what the amount of jobs that have been created by the company, the amount of investment that's been created by the company. And I don't know that I've seen another county provide that information in that detail. So I think we're way out in front of being kind of transparent and on the up and up on that. But if it's the direction of the board to include something in the policy that says, there needs to be an annual report to the community or the board or something, I'm certain we could formalize something that we're currently doing.
And just to add real quickly too, we did also include reference to MWB totals in that report as well. And so for future years, we will include components regarding community partnerships as well, continue to build that out.
I would support there being something like maybe on the website. I don't know if necessarily we need like a community town hall or meeting, maybe, but if there's something on the website that says like, this is a company that we have a incentive with, this is what they've met. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And commissioners, if I may, I certainly want to thank Matt for all of his good work in getting this policy document to where it is, much improved for all of us and the companies we work with in public. And I want to thank you all as well. We've had this policy in place for 5 years now. Much of that has been under your leadership. It has been a living policy. It has been improved over time, much of with your suggestions and questions and guidance. And so I simply want to say thank you for that. I feel like we have landed where we are truly leading in this space. So thank you.
Well, can I just add thank you, because 6 million jobs and 2.9, is that the right number, $1 billion worth of economic benefit to our county? Thank you.
Now we are on our last discussion, and I know Claudia loves to churn us through quick. The ARPA update.
What will we talk about once ARPA? I'm just messing.
Nothing well done.
I know. The worry will continue through 26.
The bank is closing.
So we'll have some very quick updates to the board about projects actions as well as some discussion. I always have the slides that remind us when we need to have funds obligated and concurred. It seems like yesterday we were just saying it, and here we are. So our intent is to make sure that actions happen by the 24th, with the last meeting in November. We are on schedule, and we are looking at all projects right now to make sure if there's some tweaks that need to occur. That framework shows when the dollars were originally appropriated, and then the foundation for all we do, the board's adoption of the strategy on how the funds were used. We have 49 projects. We are in full swing of doing final steps. I just mentioned that. And again, we'll try to finalize projects by that last meeting in November. There in your work, in Legistar, you will see a document that highlights activities. This is an example, it's not all of them. Much praise goes to Ella Hartgrove in our office. She's facilitating this and has done a phenomenal job giving highlights. Again, this is in draft form. A final version will be in your November work session. And there's lots of great activities going on, lots of great work. And so, again, thanks to Ella for that. She does a lot with our 45 nonprofits that are that have grants in the community grant program. We do have other grants that are not in the community grant program, as you know, and there are many partners that help us with that. So we're at the stage of storytelling, and we just wanted to show you an example of things to come. One other highlight is an upcoming groundbreaking celebration for our first joint funded property with the city of Durham. As you know, back in November 2022, the board said yes to trying to do some joint funded projects with the city using ARPA dollars. It has been a iterative process. The city has the heaviest lift on this because most of the funds are through their HUD dollars, and then the developers that bid on the projects, they also contributed a portion amount. ARPA is a part of the gap funding that's needed to close the project. This particular project will include approximately $2.7 million of ARPA funds from the city and county. In total, we allocated $13.5 million in ARPA funding, and those projects will soon start showing up as completed. It's a lot of work, and I'm glad it's on the city side, but we do play a role as well, but it's a very tiny role. As you can imagine, the list of names up there, with most of them playing a role. So that's lots of work in trying to finalize underwriting for the project. So that groundbreaking is on the 23rd of October from 9 to 11, and I know the clerk has already coordinated that on your calendars. John will now sort of give you some updates on our ILAs with the schools.
Okay, good afternoon. Included in the materials for this item are the current drafts of the 2 ILAs with the Durham Public Schools, the ILA for school capital, and then the ILA for, it's for Title I, supporting Title I schools, expenditures at Title I schools, but that will then free up the funding for the school district to support the pre-K classrooms at Murray-Massenburg. Those 2 documents are at this point very close to being final, so we do hope to bring them back to you at one of the regular sessions this month for approval. I do want to note that for both of these, DPS is still kind of finalizing the detailed budgets and scopes of work. there's still some budgetary uncertainty at the state level, I'm sure, as you all are aware. And so we're trying to give them a little bit more time to figure out which bucket of money is going to pay for different things, particularly on the operating piece with the $1.4 million ILA. And so we're going to move forward with the ILAs. There's going to be language that requires them to provide us with finalized budgets and scopes of work within a certain time frame of signature, and we will share both of those sets back with the board so that you have that awareness as well as to the kind of specific items for both ILAs that are being funded. And both of these will have reporting requirements during the award period, where they will report to us periodically, monthly for the pre-K one, and then quarterly for the school capital ILA, so that we will continually have data around what's being done with those ARPA dollars by the school district. But you can expect to see the final versions for your approval this month, so that we can get the signatures done well in time for the obligation deadline. Yeah, I've already covered that slide. We did at this point want to provide a reminder. We've gone through this a couple times, but I know if you guys are anything like me, you're starting to get emails from folks saying, have you finalized your plan for the ARPA funds yet? Have you, are you going to have everything obligated by the deadline? And so we wanted to reassure you. Obviously, we've been tracking the obligation deadline, and we are well on track to have all of the funding obligated by that point. But did want to highlight, we do have some flexibilities if some of our projects encounter issues after December 31st. We can move funding between projects, particularly if a project comes in under budget. We will not lose that funding. We can move it to other projects, and we have several identified that should be easily able to absorb the excess cost. We can amend contracts after December 31st, and that does include the contract term, the scope of work, and the budgeted amounts. So not just the terms and conditions, but we can extend contracts, we can add work to contracts, and we can adjust the budgeted or committed amounts to those contracts. If one is canceled, we can enter into a replacement contract provided it's for the same services, and that does include rebidding contracts or recompeting grants as needed. So, if we had to go back out and do another RFP or something like that, as long as it's for substantially the same services, that's still within the Treasury guidelines, so we wouldn't be in danger of losing those funds. And finally, just another reminder, we can shift projects between the categories within that ARPA, the first slide that you guys always get every month. We can shift projects between those categories after December 31st if we need to. So if we needed to move something onto revenue replacement and there was room within that $10 million, we could do that. We could go back the other way if we absolutely had to, those types of things. So those flexibilities are there and do exist for us.
The one comment I will make, because as I shared, we have 45 community partners, and you can imagine we have many who are asking, do we have funds? Unfortunately, we will not have enough funds to support expansion beyond what Treasury has given us. If there are areas that dollars need to be realigned, there are some priorities that align with board long-term commitments that we are recommending. And one project in particular, the project for water sewer infrastructure, Slater Road, we know going into that, there was $10 million allocated from ARPA dollars, and then we knew the project would come in above that amount, and dollars above that amount was to come from the enterprise fund. So as we have some capacity, we're saying shift that to infrastructure as one possibility. The other one is child care subsidy. That is a priority pre-K. Those are areas that the board has committed to, and that's another place. And then another is food security. And those are investments that the board has done to support our interfaith shuttle and food banks. And again, a priority that happened once the federal government ended many of the supplemental funds for food that happened, I guess last year around this time, or in May. So just wanted to make that note as well.
Thank you so much for this thorough update, as always, and for being such good stewards of this money that is sadly coming to an end. And just want to, we'll obviously have more discussions before December, before it's finished, but thanking all of the staff who have put in time in reviewing these applications, working through this unprecedented amount of money.
One thing I did not mention on our placeholder, there's one for administrative infrastructure there, and so we will be bringing that to the board this month so that we can move ahead with positions that are established. We've been absorbing that work with our team so far, and we know longer term we need to flesh it out further, and so we feel good about what we're recommending in that, but that's always been in the plan. All right.
Yeah. I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Commissioner Carter.
Thank you so much for all this work and for the presentation today. I really do agree with you, Claudia, that the dashboard that you said a woman named Ella is working on, that those pages look like they're going to be great and very informative for someone who wants to just log in and check and see how many families have been served with the community partnership that we have and that we've used our ARPA funding for. So I just think that's great. I wanted to let you know. Then on this the last slide that has any text on it anyway, about rule changes, when it says the contract grant agreements can be amended after December 31st, 2024, including changes to contract terms, scope of work, or budget or committed amounts. That means committed amounts of ARPA funding, right? Not like, let's just say we had some dollars we wanted to make available to a community partner perhaps, but we couldn't just then do that in the future because we had a contract with them via ARPA, right? Without doing another RFP or something, or could we? Is this only with budget? Is it only with ARPA dollars, or?
This is specifically related to ARPA dollars. However, if the board decided, for instance, it wanted to continue a project that went through the RFP but used local dollars to support that, that would not present a problem. It would just be a different source of funding. But yeah, so okay. That's in a different, somewhat a slightly different process.
But that's interesting to me.
Yeah, but this is but we sort of keep all of the ARPA related dollars separate.
Yes.
Yes. So that's all separate. And we're grateful that Treasury made these allowances a few months ago because it would have been very difficult for communities to function in years to come when we know a scope of work may need to change or an amendment to budgets, et cetera. So we're grateful that they have.
Seems much more practical.
Yes, they have made it more practical.
And do we, someone recently asked me, did we expect to have any kind of a process to reallocate any funding or shift funding that will not be incurred by December 31st?
Well,
it sounds like maybe the process is just going to be to shift it to the areas you identified.
Well, staff is recommending that we shift it to those areas that we mentioned.
Would you all just do that, or
we would bring it to the board and recommend that process. The bandwidth required to do a lot of adjustments otherwise is greater than our capacity. I will say that I would say that we're trying to also, from a return on investment, try to get to invest in areas that we know the county has been doing for some time. And so again, the 3 that we recommended, they are areas that we know the board has prioritized. Plus, those are needs that will take pressure off on the local dollars. So for instance, for the last decade, we've been increasing what we've appropriated for a child care subsidy, et cetera. And when we look at student success and all those other factors, continuing that and not putting pressure on the local dollar for a period, because we know we're going to have to pick it up, will help us from that perspective. So we're looking for the bigger ticket investments that the county has done. And John?
I would also just emphasize the timeline factors as well.
Yeah.
Being able to shift it to something that's already part of the ARPA portfolio, where we already have a contract in place, is pretty much going to be the only option. We're not going to be able to do any kind of new competitive award structure because we're not going to have that time before the December 31st. There has to be signatures on the paper by December 31st. So, it couldn't just be in progress, anything like that. So it's not just that those 3 projects represent board options, it's that from a timeline perspective, those also work. But again, we'll bring it to the board, and if you guys have other things that you want to do within the portfolio that's already signed, then that's kind of the bounds of the conversation that we'll be able to have.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's hard to believe we're getting it. It's hard to believe we're getting to the end of this process to a certain degree. 2 things. I also wanted to lift up the featured, the ARPA-funded community grant update. Those snapshots I think are fantastic. And are we going to eventually have 49 of those? Will there be? Yeah.
We'll actually have more than that. We will also do those. Yes, ma'am. We will.
Okay.
We will have those, and the intent is for at least annually we do something of that nature, but also start the press releases and features in other ways. And it really is, and it's a lot of coordination. So I can't echo enough all that Ella has done with that, and as well as John for many of the other ones and that we do.
Yeah, they are really fantastic. When I was looking at them though, I was wondering, I think it's really helpful where it shows the contract term and how much of the money they spent. And so looking at the ones that haven't spent that much so far, do we need to worry about them?
No. Oftentimes it's because they may have other dollars that they're spending first.
Okay.
And there's been more dollars, infrastructure dollars that some entities have received. And I know one in particular, they've not spent their ARPA yet because when they got the ARPA award, they had another big grant, and the terms of that grant was ended sooner. So they're spending ours second.
Okay.
And we're in touch with them often. Ella gives them a friendly reminder monthly. They send their information in. If we haven't heard, she follows up. We have meetings with them. So it is a high touch experience.
Okay.
That's a good way to frame it.
Okay. That's a very
Yes, we're trying not to, when the feds come in to evaluate, to.
You didn't say high maintenance, you said high touch.
High touch, yeah, high touch. We're trying to do our part to honor how the dollar should be spent, so, yeah.
Also, I really appreciate the ILAs with DPS. That you all have just helped to, honestly, that is, you all implementing something that was asked of you, of the board, coming up with a creative solution, and that, you know, seeing the ILAs, we can see how complex this is and the amount of work it takes to do that, and so thank you.
Well, I will give that credit to John is for facilitating also our legal area as well, Nathan and McKinney in our legal department, who's been tremendous. I pretend like I'm a lawyer, but I'm not. They are real ones. And so I'm grateful for the teamwork that happens to make all this happen. So, but it's lots of coordination and effort. And John.
Sorry. I would also just say for the pre-K one, we've also had a lot of support from Dr. Chappelle, as well as Maytal Barak, who's our early childhood coordinator. They've both been very involved in developing the language and coming up with that as well. So I do feel like we've had a diverse group of stakeholders that have participated in this, which only strengthens the end product.
Well, I appreciate the being very specific about the scope of work and the accountability and what we are expecting to be done with this arrangement, and that's really important. So I hate to throw this out, but I feel like probably Heidi and I have had conversations like this with people, knowing that we are going to hit a fiscal cliff. When are you thinking that we will start planning for a nonprofit funding process that we used to have pre-COVID? Because we had it pre-COVID, and then, you know, we threw that out the door during COVID, and then with ARPA. But eventually, we're going to have to start that again. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a good question. We are sort of vetting what that may look like. Pre-ARPA, that number was in the 750,000 range, so that's a lot lower than what you're seeing here. We have a framework for the nonprofit process. The question becomes, you know, at what level would we do a program? And so what we'll send out to the board that framework, so that's something that you can think about, and balance how we do that process in light of our challenges right now with the budget.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I'm not thinking for now, I'm thinking
right, for 2026.
For 2026.
Yeah, exactly. No, we're on the same page.
Okay.
Yeah, because right now, these grants go through 25 for the community grants, and the rest mid-2026. But for the community grants, which we know the board will get lots of questions about, we're very sensitive about that vacuum that will come when $10.8 million is not available to them. So it's a lot for us to think through. The city will have the similar challenge. We will start reminding them that they need to think through how they're going to manage beyond that point, because we are not going to be able to backfill. So we'll look for those conversations in upcoming months.
Thank you all so much. I don't see any other hands, so that we appreciate all of the work that you put in. And that brings us to the end of our regular agenda. And now to our closed session that the board is requested to adjourn into closed session for three reasons. Okay. To consider the qualifications, well, I'm just going to say for the purposes of a personnel matter, GS 143-318.11A6, and then for the national opioid litigation under General Statute 143-318.11A3, and then another personnel with, no, another attorney-client privileged item, which is General Statute 143-318.11A3. Do I hear a motion to enter into closed session for the 3 reasons?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Howerton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are in closed session.